They want war. Crying babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep, leaving 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like a lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers. Cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TV's whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
The wildest thing about America isn't just that we sell freedom while restricting it, it's that people defend subsidizes billionaires while calling basic support for everyone else a handout. That's the double standard. At the top, there's tax breaks, loopholes, bailouts. Nobody calls that dependency. At the bottom, healthcare, childcare, a livable wage. Suddenly, it's personal responsibility. But if we all pay into the same system, the support isn't charity, it's the system working. Taxes are the public buying something back for the public. Yet somehow money is earned when it flows up and wasted when it flows down. And the dangerous part, people treat this like common sense. They talk like resources are endless, like the consequences are optional. They call exploitation stewardship and profit foresight. That's not logic, it's a belief. So the contradiction survives. Corporations can crush competition and still get rewarded. Ordinary people are told to survive on grit, sacrifice, and silence. Message received. If you have power, the system protects you. If you don't, your needs are the problem. That's how a society learns to cheer while it burns. The wildest thing about America isn't just that we sell freedom while restricting it. It's that people defend a system that subsidizes billionaires while calling basic support for everyone else a handout. That's the double standard. At the top, there's tax breaks, loopholes, bailouts. Nobody calls that dependency. At the bottom, healthcare, childcare, a livable wage. Suddenly, it's personal responsibility. But if we all pay into the same system, the support isn't charity, it's the system working. Taxes are the public buying something back for the public. Yet somehow money is earned when it flows up and wasted when it flows down. And the dangerous part, people treat this like common sense. They talk like resources are endless, like the consequences are optional. They call exploitation stewardship and profit foresight. That's not logic, it's a belief. So the contradiction survives. Corporations can crush competition and still get rewarded. Ordinary people are told to survive on grit, sacrifice, and silence. Message received. If you have power, the system protects you. If you don't, your needs are the problem. That's how a society learns to cheer while it burns. The wildest thing about
we're going to go at him full steam, and we buy 400% more cars than anyone in the world. Maybe I have an idea. We'll get Danielle Smith on board, so the cars that they're manufacturing won't be able to fill up, because we'll be controlling the oil and the gas going down there. And maybe what we should be doing is charging him triple on the oil, triple on the potash, on the uranium, on our our metals and our rare earth metals. That's what we need to do. We need to throw everything in the kitchen sink at him. He's arrogant, he's cocky, and as Ronald Reagan said, if you come to a draw with a bully, what stops that bully from coming after you the next day and the next day? And that's all Donald Trump is a bully. Well, he's going to have a rude awakening.
Facts.
I'm going to throw everything.
And you know what? That's been my thought the entire time. Like, the fact that, and every nation should respond this way, should respond the way Canada's responding. Otherwise, you're looking for worse trouble. Because this issue is deeper than Trump. This is attitudes. This is bigotry, at the source of this. This is anti-Western, kind of propaganda, aligned with Putin, essentially, attempts to break up NATO. Like, listen, the fact that people try to warmly deal with Donald Trump and his administration possibly could have made things worse. If everybody just puts their foot down from the beginning, the American people will feel it, everyone will feel it, and people will demand change. Until then, enough people will not demand change, because you could see what Trump is looking to do now is influence the outcome of the next midterms. That would be literally where the people would show you the demand, but already they're trying to minimize that. So, having seen that, and the world is watching, everyone should follow after Canada. And don't just do it blanket the United States. Do it like Canada is suggesting. Go to where his base is and make the base pay financially and directly. Yeah, exactly. While you make it easier for others that are not with Trump's base. Like people that states that turn a back on Trump, work with them. States that keep supporting Trump, and they have governors and they have senators and they have congressional members and these types and judges that support Trump's regime, you should make them have it. And listen to how Doug Ford is talking about these tariffs, how they're going to deal with them, how they're going to be pointed, not just all around, not just in one entire United States. Watch this.
In the kitchen sink. Like I said, he might as well call up the Energizer Bunny, because he should be powering his facilities. Isn't this amazing, Bill? How we send them the power manufacturing facilities to go against our country. That's like America sending Iran weapons. It's ridiculous. So America sent to go because he should be powering his facilities. Isn't this amazing, Bill? How we send them power, the power manufacturing facilities, to go against our country. That manufacturing facilities, how we send them power, the power manufacturing facilities, to go against our country. That's like America sending Iran weapons. It's ridiculous. So we're ready. And
maybe time to rerun those Reagan ads in the U.S. again. What do you think?
And that is exactly what Trump is doing. If you try to play ball with Trump, he will only use what you're working with him on as fuel to attack you later. That's literally what Canada's talking about. Listen to this. Listen, one more time.
I have a rude awakening. I'm going to throw everything in the kitchen sink. Like I said, he might as well call up the Energizer Bunny because he should be powering his facilities. Isn't this amazing, Bill? How we send them power, the power manufacturing facilities, to go against our country. That's like America sending Iran weapons. It's ridiculous. So we're ready. And
maybe time to rerun those Reagan ads in the U.S. again. What do you think?
Oh,
Exactly. And people should take notice. Canada is basically our Canada is an ally. First of all, Canadians, people that are now today called Canadians, also helped found the country called the United States today. Many of the people that live in Canada, their ancestors and people like that helped us get our own country. Yes, they did. And a lot of those people live on the Eastern Shore and others, right? So you just have to understand this. We've had a relationship with Canada that goes back to the colonial period. Like, we're neighbors, we're friends, we're relatives, we're related. And it's the same thing with South America, Central America, the Caribbean islands. We have relationships that go back before the colonial period. That's not even a long time ago, but so these countries have always wanted to work with the United States, have always tried their best to work as friendly Americans, not just Canada, Mexico, Haiti, just different countries, Trinidad, you know what I'm saying? Different countries, but Colombia, many of them. But actually, look at what Trump is doing. And in this particular situation with Trump, the more you bend over to try to meet him in some place that is actually not possible to meet at anyway, it's really a setup. The more you try to do that, the more he's going to undermine you later. He's just trying to get you to waste energy, waste time. And if more people stopped allowing this regime to waste their energy and waste their time, this shit would already be over. So I commend Canada and Ford for stepping up and saying this shit. And I really hope I'm talking about everybody else, learns how to deal with Trump this way. Now listen to what he suggests. Watch
more
this.
Subdued than you did this morning on the radio when you said Donald Trump could kiss your ass. Did the Prime Minister tell you to ask you to tone it down a bit?
No, he didn't. I'm not going to comment, but he wasn't against that. And I have a lot of real estate on my ass, so he has a lot of room to kiss my ass. So, how you doing, everyone? Hey. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us again. Good to see you. How are you?
Hello again.
I'll get to the back home where you are.
You sound a little more subdued than you did this morning on the radio when you said Donald Trump could kiss your ass. Did the Prime Minister tell you to ask you to tone it down a bit?
No, he didn't. I'm not going to comment, but he wasn't against that. And I have a lot of real estate on my ass, so he has a lot of room to kiss my ass. So well done. I just do. I'm a big dude. What can I say? Well, I can go back and forth with Trump. I'm just not gonna take the bait. This guy's a loser. He's gonna be a loser, and simple as that. We're gonna fight with everything we have. And something, I have more courage, more brains in my baby toe than he has in his whole body. So there you go.
Do you want to respond to these shots? What would you say to the president?
No, I don't respond to a dictator like President Trump, a bully like President Trump. As I said before, He's the type of guy in school that would take your lunch money one day, take your toque off your head the next day, and then steal your running shoes. But I'm not going to take any advice off a guy that's the king of bankruptcies. And he's actually tariffing his own people, taxing his own people. And I'm going to make sure I communicate through the U.S. media. I'm going to be reaching out to every single governor, every single senator, and every single congressperson. And when it comes to the midterms, I have a message to the Americans. Don't vote in a person that's going to kill your jobs. He ran on creating more jobs.
Exactly. And I'm so happy, to hear Canadians be, of course, they are level-headed. Canadians are level-headed. That's what they're known for being. And, but let's just be honest. A large portion of our United States of America, our population is not fucking level-headed. They are extremist. They are just totally out there. Yes, they went down that Putin Russian rabbit hole, and that is who they are now. They cannot be changed. Okay, they've been programmed to be that way. Okay, the news media is in on the scam. Legacy media got the tax break, so they're not in a hurry to wake Americans up. Not in a hurry. They want you knowing that they got the tax break while you elect officials that don't even want you to have the health care that they get with your tax dollars. You pay them a salary with your tax dollars, and your own officials don't even want you to have the fucking health care that they have. That only exists in a backwards fucking country. That's where that exists. That's backwards. In terms of Western standards, that is backwards, and yeah, it just is what it is. If you go along with it, you're just a slave. You go along with Trump, you try to appease Trump, you are a slave. That's what you are. You're here, and you are physically a slave too.
Last time I checked, jobs went down in the U.S. and Ontario created more jobs. Something, I've been in this game a lot longer than he has. I got skin on me like an alligator. And you think an insult from him hurts me? Well, bring it on, buddy. I'm ready. Bring it on. You know something? I've dealt with guys like you my whole life. And guess what? You all become losers because you're a loser.
Are you worried when you hit back that way that you are making Ontarians and Canadians vulnerable because he is such an unpredictable?
Look, if everybody hit like that, Trump would have been gone already. If everyone hit like that on day one, Trump would not even be the president anymore. Why? Because no country can truly stand alone. None. You can't. So the fact that people are, one at a time standing up, that doesn't actually work as good as everyone just saying, man, fuck this dude. He's going against democratic norms. He's going against Western standards. He's talking about openly tampering with his own elections. That's a state of emergency for NATO. That's a state of emergency. That's a state of emergency for Western democracy. That drags down Western democracy. As long as you're dealing with that, same thing with dealing with Netanyahu. How long are you going to hold Netanyahu's hand before people say, you know what? Folks were right. It's really you doing this to us, not just him. How long? How long is it going to be? So this is a world where we live in. We have China. China is emerging across the globe, right? It's a significant member of the global economy. It's the second strongest economy. It's only, maybe third, but Europe might be the second. But if Europe is the second, it's only rivaled by China. There's nobody else close. You see what I mean? So they're having a significant footprint on the planet. And what helps them is to show that Westerners were not really serious about democracy anyway. See, that's what everybody's saying in Chinese right now. I don't know how to say it, but they're saying, see, they didn't really believe in that. Everyone who was a quote unquote adversary or competitor is saying, see, they didn't really believe in that. Because look at Trump and look at how many of them are still willing to sit there and play games with Trump. And look at what Trump is doing to his own people. And look at what Trump is doing with democracy. And just look at it. Look at what Trump is doing. Look at what the Supreme Court is doing. Look at what the Congress is doing. I mean, listen to what Jeffrey Sachs says about his own country. I mean, the time is actually coming. It's really here.
We'll figure.
The United States is backwards. It's a backwards Western country. It's not really Western. It's anti-Western. It's
We have two choices, Siobhan. We either roll back and let them take over our country, watch the steel sector bleed out, watch the auto sector bleed out, the auto part manufacturers bleed out, all the manufacturers bleed out. That's his game. But we aren't going to play his game. We're not playing his game. Folks, we're an economic powerhouse. Make no mistake about it. He says he doesn't need Canada. I'd love to see, he wants to take our auto sector. I'd love to see him run cars without any oil.
Damn, that's deep. He's like, he would love to see them run cars without any oil. Wait a second here. Now, let me see. Here, let's go back. I want to hear more of what he said. Sorry about that.
Canadian-made vehicle.
Here we go.
And Danny, along with the entire team at Mars Homes for hosting us today, and the incredible workers behind me.
Big up to Canada. Big up to Canada.
I'm here today alongside with Ministers Fideli and Bethenfaldy, as well as Minister Oosterhoff and P.A. Sorello and Mayor Horvath, to talk about President Trump's latest economic attack on Canada and what our government is doing in response. Earlier,
Trump is a biatch. Yes,
today,
indeed.
I had the chance to meet with workers at the Fasco steel plant here in Hamilton. And my message to those workers...
I think I'm going to make me some pancakes and take out the maple syrup this morning. I think I am, actually. I think I am.
Is the
It's
same
true.
message I have for workers across Ontario. No matter what President Trump sends our way, we'll have your backs. We will be there for you to protect your jobs and paychecks and stand up for Canada. The Prime Minister has my full support in this decision to walk away from a bad deal that would have hurt Canadian workers and undermined Canadian sovereignty. And he has my full support to hit back tariff for tariff, dollar for dollar. But let's be clear, this will not be easy. To stand up for Canada, to stand up against President Trump, we have to withstand the economic pain that will come with this fight. I promise you our government will be there, doing whatever we can to keep costs down, cut taxes, support workers and families, and protect Ontario jobs. But we need all levels of government working with us to lower cost and get through this fight. That includes municipal leaders like Mayor Horvath, who I'm so
Let's go, maple syrup. Let's go, Canada. Let's go. Let's go. Woo! Let's go. Yeah, cheers to Canada. There you go. We're going to have some nice maple syrup pancakes today. Woo! Yes, I am. All right, come on now. Let's get it going. Come on.
Welcome her here today. And Mayor, we just hand over a $572 million check, and I know it's going to go into infrastructure to build more affordable homes like we're here in this neighborhood. And it means the federal government also needs to step up with major support and regulation.
Canada's doing all the shit the United States is not doing. The only thing they could probably do better is stop trying to copy our healthcare system, because it ain't working out good for them. They're the ones that have the system. They're the only country in the West that has the system close to the U.S. really, and it's where it is flawed. I would argue, right? But it's still better than the U.S.'s, right? But yeah, let's go. Let's keep going.
Regulatory change. In response to these tariffs, the federal government needs to work with us to take urgent action to strengthen the competitiveness of key Ontario industries. We need to eliminate federal greenhouse gas emissions standards for Canadian-made vehicles and exempt tariff-impacted sectors from federal emissions performance standards, which together add hundreds of millions of dollars in compliance costs for Canadian businesses. Tariff rate quotas on steel imports need to be dropped to zero on countries that do not have free trade agreements with Canada, and to 12% on countries that do have a free trade agreement.
All right. Now, for those that don't know, I put the link to the panel in the chat. So if anybody wants to hop up and speak and hip us to a few things that's going on in your part of the world where you are, feel free to hop on up. It's just the Discord link. All you need to do is load Discord on your phone. It works just like Messenger, and then you can call us direct. Once you get Discord on your phone, you just go right back to YouTube and click that link one more time, and it will take you straight to me. So let's continue. Appreciate everybody for coming out. And do me a favor. Also, click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. That's how YouTube really gets its business going. You know, that's how you share with people. If you want to really be hip, that's how people come to find out about this stream, when you click the like button. So do me a favor and do that. All right. Appreciate it. Let's go.
The federal government needs to invest significantly to support our auto, steel, and manufacturing industries, redirect revenues from our counter tariffs on the U.S. to tariff-impacted workers and businesses, and cut taxes to increase Canada's competitiveness and attract new investment. If President Trump escalates, Canada needs to be ready to do the same. Everything needs to be on the table. We need to use Canada's many points of leverage to create maximum impact, targeting deep red states and making sure that America's economy feels the pain. And make no mistake, Americans are already feeling the pain, because President Trump's tariffs are nothing more than a tax on the American people, raising the cost of everything from homes.
I mean, that's the absurdity. It hurts us more than anyone else. Nobody else is stopping their trade with other people. So all it's doing is making other people do more trade with each other that they used to do with the U.S. And instead, they're taking it to other places. They're taking their business to other places. Trump is becoming an isolationist, and the only thing that can come out of that is harm to the U.S. and the animal life, particularly human beings in it. That's the only thing, because it's the human beings that need affordable groceries. It's the human beings that need affordable motherfucking housing. It's the human beings that need a dignified retirement and shit. You know, it's not like they're really running around worried about the wild animals getting all of that shit. It's human beings that need access to education, higher education, you know. So, I mean, he's attacking all of those things at one time, Trump, just through the tariff war. You know, who's going to pay the bill? The American citizen. It's like saying the Grinch was elected, the person that wants to party poop, spoil the United States, destroy its greatness, destroy its economy, make it miserable for every citizen and average citizen inside of the country. That is the person who got elected, a person that don't give a goddamn motherfuck about you. Like, this is worse than having a stepdaddy that doesn't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, Trump is like, he's like having a daddy that fucking doesn't care about your ass. I mean, he's there every day to fuck your life up. I mean, all I can say is, thank God I live in Denmark as an American citizen. Thank God I live in Denmark. So, God has blessed me. God has made it so somehow I could divert this tragedy in the U.S. I mean, the Lord works in mysterious ways. I got to tell you, if you listen, if you listen to the Lord, you know what I'm saying?
To food and making life more uncertain for the tens of millions of Americans.
Some of you heard it and went to Canada. Okay, great. There you go. Survival. You know what I'm saying?
Americans who depend on trade with Canada to bring home their paycheck. Canada did not start this fight, but we're prepared to win it.
Now, Denmark doesn't support Israel. Actually, they've spoken out several times, but the only aid that goes to Israel is to Gaza, to the refugees in Gaza, you could call them, but I think they might have some companies that they're closing, some kind of business that they're stopping. But I think Denmark definitely, you know, has dropped their ties with Israel. Right now, it's pretty much the U.S. and Germany. U.S. and Germany are the ones that have the most out of the West, I think. But You know what? Don't quote me on that. Let me know. See what you dig up. But I think the last time I checked, it was something like that. So,
Team Canada needs to stand united. Stand up to this attack on our economy, use our leverage to protect our workers, and make clear to President Trump that Canada is not for sale. As I've always said, we can't control President Trump, but we can control the choices we make here in Ontario. And from day one, our choices have been to build the most competitive, resilient, and self-reliant economy in the G7. Since April of last year, we've announced nearly $30 billion in relief and support for Ontario workers and businesses impacted by tariffs. We're diversifying our trade away from the United States, reshoring critical supply chains, and supporting workers who've been impacted by tariffs. We've also stepped up to support small businesses with a $1.1 billion tax cut that is saving more than 375,000 small businesses up to $5,000 every year. And we're helping those businesses grow by breaking down internal trade barriers so Ontario businesses can sell to more Canadians and build a more united national economy. One of the key measures our government launched to protect workers and businesses affected by U.S. tariffs is our $1 billion Protect Ontario financing program.
So, right now, put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Trump's tariffs on Canada. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. And James Rusin, welcome to YouTube, man. You made it 1 year. Now, you should also put a 1 or 2 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Trump's tariffs on Canada. Put a 2 in the chat if you disagree. What's up, Ashley? There you go.
This program provides Ontario-based businesses hit by higher tariff rates with loans for things like payroll and utilities to keep workers on the job and keep businesses open. Today, I'm announcing that Ontario will immediately expand the program to businesses hit by President Trump's latest tariffs, including those producing electrical and mechanical equipment, plastic and paper products, packaging, furniture, beverages, including alcohol, and many more. So we can provide support where it's needed most and protect workers and businesses. Canada and Ontario have what the world wants, and we have what the United States needs. Despite the challenges we're facing,
we got what you want. We got what you need. Oh shit! Let me roll that back. Damn, that was definitely spiritual right there. Let me see here. Let's do this. Here we go. Let's do it. What did he say? Come on. Let's go, Doug. Say it again. What you got?
Canada and Ontario have what the world wants, and we have what the United States needs. Have what the world wants, and we have what the United States needs. Have what the world wants, and we have what the United States needs.
Come on, Doug. What? Canada in the house. Canada in the house. Let's go, Canada. Maple syrup in the house. Got what you, damn, Canada got what you need too, baby. Let's go.
Protect workers and businesses. Canada and Ontario have what the world wants, and we have what the United States needs. Despite the challenges we're facing, our economy is leading North America when it comes to job creation. In fact, over the last 4 months, our economy added nearly 120,000 new full-time jobs, while last month, the U.S. actually lost jobs. We have the resources, the expertise, and the world-class workers that are building the most resilient, self-reliant, and competitive economy anywhere in the world. Everything we need to protect Ontario's right here at home. So we aren't going to roll over. We're going to stand up for our country. We're going to do whatever it takes to protect every family, business, and worker in this province. I want to thank you, and may God bless the people of Ontario. Thank you so much.
Wow. Wow.
We will now take questions from the media. Media present can line up and ask their question through the microphone.
Okay, we got some news about Hakeem Jeffries, also some news about the Supreme Court also, so let's keep it going.
As a friendly reminder, the format is one question and one follow-up. Please state your name and your outlet before your question. First question.
Good afternoon, Premier Mark McAllister from City News.
Hi, Mark.
You had called on the federal government to do quite a bit in that speech. At the same time, you have the opportunity to do something as a province. You've mentioned cutting off electricity, for example, in the past. There's the opportunity to cut off critical minerals. You've mentioned those things. What can we expect specifically from the province? And have you spoken with the Prime Minister about those things?
Well, Mark, I'll answer the first question. I was speaking to him as I was pulling up, and that's why I was a little delayed. I spoke to the Prime Minister a few minutes ago. We're all part of Team Canada, and we're going to have further discussions. We're putting teams together across Canada to make sure we're all on the same page. As for the electricity, everything's on the table. Critical minerals, everything's on the table. But I can't do this alone, folks. I need every premier mineral. We're all on the same page. As for the electricity, everything's on the table. Critical minerals, everything's on the table. As for the electricity, everything's on the table. Critical minerals, everything's on the table. But I can't do this alone, folks. I need every premier playing on Team Canada. And I'm confident that every single premier will be part of Team Canada.
You also measure, well, you've announced the expansion of one of the measures that you had already implemented to help businesses and individuals. I'm just curious, among those different programs that you had already implemented, what kind of effectiveness you've had to this point? Because there doesn't seem to be a whole lot coming back in terms of information to us in terms of how effective things have been over the last year or so.
Well, thanks for that question, Mark. You know, I think it's been very effective. Ontario led North America in job creation last month with 52,000 jobs. And that's during uncertain times. Even when we have certain times, those are record numbers. Over the last 4 months, we've created another 120,000 jobs, attracting investment from all over the world, well over $230 billion. And I want to give a shout out to Minister.
Yo, listen, if you've never been to Canada, you should go there. It's a beautiful country, beautiful country. The nature is beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful. Like, if you've never been there, you need to go there. It's just amazing, right? So yeah, but big up to Canada. I appreciate that. I'm so happy to see people fighting back because listen, I'm just the average American citizen. Although I live abroad, I live outside of the US, but I'm born and raised in Washington DC. Both sides of my family go back to the colonial period. I'm not stupid about who Americans are. You know, I don't get, how can I say this, exclusive when I think about the term American. I think about all the Americas, the entire place, because that's where our people are from. That's where we landed. You know, people have been crossing borders the entire time, and others from the south to the north have affected how we've grown and created spaces, including the United States. I mean, many people contributed to this. It's not just a simple thing like MAGA likes to make it seem like. We're all brothers and sisters, you know, and, you know, we should be working together. If we have economic problems in America, if we have poverty in America, anywhere, north, south, whatever, it's because we have people making it difficult to work together. That's the only problem. There's no reason why there should be homelessness anywhere in America, north, south, east, central. There's no reason. There's no reason why there should be poverty. There's no reason. The continent is very, very rich. And the only reason why we have these situations, look at how many, I mean, the United States is the richest American country and the richest country on earth. And look how it produces poverty. Look at how it produces poverty. It's the richest and it's producing on a scale more poverty than people that are less rich. So it shows you that things could be better. It's because we have problem actors that don't want things to be better. And Trump is a primary example, attacking Canada again, you know, instead of learning something from Canada. How about that? How about that?
Fidelity that travels around the world. He sends me a message every single day. 365 days a year, about companies investing billions, hundreds of millions, tens of millions, and even millions, even the small businesses. So we have to create the climate and the conditions to attract new investment here, which we have over the last 8 years. And an additional million people are working today than they were in 2018. We are leaders when it comes to nuclear, small modular reactors. We're leading the G7, large-scale nuclear that we're building, which everyone needs, including our neighbors south of the border, want our energy. Folks, remember, we power 1.5 million homes and businesses. What I find ironic about this, million homes want our energy. Folks, remember, we power 1.5 million homes and businesses. What I find ironic about this is we're actually giving electricity to companies to make products to compete against us. That needs to stop. And we're going to address that. As this escalates, everything will be on the table. Our critical minerals, we have more than anyone in the entire world. And matter of fact,
stand up.
Minister Greg Rickford.
Everybody needs to stand up against this tyrant. First of all, you're doing American citizens a favor. Secondly, you're doing democracy. Actually, the most important thing is you're doing democracy a favor. This motherfucker wants to destroy democracy. He wants to destroy NATO. Is NATO perfect? No, but hey, destroying it is a whole nother thing. He wants to destroy relationships between Americans, and he wants to change, everything. Just one man, one election, one time gets to rewrite the whole book. That's how these people think, right? And they're going to do everything they possibly can to achieve their goals. So you better take them serious. Like, he is aligned with Putin. This man is coming for you, whether you like it or not. You best learn how to stand up boldly and stand up unifiedly, because when you're divided, that's where there's a problem. When you stand up and you mean it uniformly, that's when you can actually reform the United States. Western countries have to stand up uniformly and reform the United States. Turn it back into, or make it a better functioning democracy by the people, for the people. Because right now it is not. It is not by the people. It is not for the people. It is for the corporation. That's it. It is not really democracy. It's a democracy on life support. And Trump put it on life support. It could have been rehabilitated a little bit and, got in motion, did some samba or some shit, but they didn't want that. They wanted to take it from rigid and barely being a democracy to just total collapse. And it's close to being collapsed. So you know what's going to happen. If this small group of people get power, they're going to use this power against everybody else any old way they want. So just be prepared for that. We need your help with these midterms. If these midterms do not go right, we need you in every Western country to talk about Trump actually fucking over the democratic process in the United States. We need Western countries to be bold. To be bold. At the minimum, talk about anti-democracy in the United States.
Is making an announcement up in Narrowland First Nations to move the road forward to the Ring of Fire, to get those critical minerals out of the ground. But every single person in this province, in this country, has to play a role. When you go out shopping, look for Made Ontario, Made in Canada, or Made somewhere else in the world. Do your very best. And I know it's easy to say, but do your very best to look at the labels. And I know it's not always possible, but the people, the consumers, play a massive role. Let's put pressure on the Walmarts. Let's put pressure on the Loblaws, the Sobeys, the Metros. I'm naming the big retailers to buy Ontario products from Ontario. That's my recommendation, and I'm confident that everyone will follow suit. And that goes for the 444 municipalities. Make sure your procurement buys Ontario goods. And that goes for other companies too. No matter if it's the meters that they measure electricity. I'm calling out Electra. Make sure it's not American. Make sure it's Ontario or Canadian, because I keep hearing rumors that we're going to spend hundreds of millions down in the U.S. That cannot happen. And that's just one company out of many. But we need a Team Canada approach.
Hi, Premier Rob Ferguson, Toronto Star.
Hi, Rob.
Hi there. Just wondering, since you've talked to the Prime Minister shortly before getting here, what did you talk about the 25% electricity surtax, bringing that back? Did you talk about bringing the Reagan ad, and bringing it back, and if so, what did he say?
Well, I did talk about playing a Team Canada approach, making sure that no matter if it's our electricity that we ship down there, but many other provinces' electricity and other areas that we can really put pain on the U.S., no matter if it's the oil or if it's potash or if it's uranium, any of those. I am going to have a call with Danielle Smith at the end of the day here, or 4 o'clock, roughly, have a discussion and get her opinion on what we need to do to protect Canadian workers. So it has to be a Team Canada approach. Everyone has to be singing off the same song sheet, and there can't be any detractors, because I know that every single Canadian wants to protect our sovereignty, wants to protect jobs in their communities. So we're going to work collectively together.
Okay, so it sounds like you're not going to freelance any of these moves. You're going to do it in conjunction and with perhaps with the approval of the feds.
But it is on the table, and he agreed.
Okay.
I said that electricity surcharge.
Yeah, everything they do needs to be comprehensive, like pinpointed, sharp, and comprehensive on an in-depth level. Not like Trump does things willy-nilly. I mean, but he knows the consequences. But he talks about it like he doesn't. It's
going to be on the table. I'll hold off on the ads for now. I don't want to escalate it anymore, but we need to fight back.
Okay, I was just wondering, you sound a little more subdued than you did this morning on the radio when you said...
Oh, wow. You know what? We have somebody who has Obama phobia. Has what is it called? No, it's actually called Obama derangement syndrome.
Do you find yourself waking up in the middle of the night drenched in cold sweat screaming, "Oh my God, he just asked me if I needed to cut my lawn"?
Johnny the monkey.
Do you experience a sudden surge of adrenaline and uncontrolled rage whenever you see a man wearing a tan suit or eating Dijon mustard? Do you lie awake staring at the ceiling, convinced that the former president who left office years ago is somehow still controlling the price of milk at your local grocery store? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, you and your loved ones may be suffering from Obama derangement syndrome.
Yes, I think that is very likely. Anybody who bringing up Obama, yo, Michael, what's up, man? You there?
Hey, I'm here. You hear me?
Yeah. We just had a Obama derangement syndrome ODS case that we had to handle right here. Case of the ODS. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, all of that shit. Obama, Biden, derangement, Obama, the OBKDS. Obama, Biden, Kamala, derangement syndrome. All in one. It's very complex. It's very complex, man. It can spring up at any time, anywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's like a fucking virus at this point. Night of the living Obama derangement syndrome. Fucking what do they call those creepers that were walking around? You know, Night of the Living Dead. What zombies? Yeah, zombies, exactly. Obama derangement syndrome. Zombies. Yeah. But anyway, what do you want to say about this? I mean, what do you feel?
This is what happens when you push isolationist rhetoric in a global economy, right? And I think they're taking the proper approach, and I think they're doing it on purpose, right? There's no need for them to make a public announcement, but they chose to, right? And that's on purpose, right? And I think that's a signal to all the other countries who are maybe lacking the confidence to do the same, but now that puts them in the forefront, Canada in particular, to lead that rhetoric, right? Where now I'm looking forward to seeing other countries.
That's what it is, bro. That's what it is. Exactly. See, when they don't say anything, when the countries, when the Western allies don't say anything, they're in fact giving a green light to his behavior. And when they speak against it, they are giving a red light. and that helps stop it. That helps stop it. And I'm really proud of Canada and very thankful of Canada for doing that as an American citizen, just for realizing what the stakes are and actually recognizing that, yo, man, we're related. You don't have to sit here and take this bullshit. You know, our government, fucking Trump administration is going to destroy. It's going to destroy. It's out to destroy NATO. It's out to destroy democracy. And that is a threat to everybody else. You know, it's a threat to all of our economies because we're trade allies. It affects just our lives, everyone's life. So people need to take this shit seriously. And it is exactly what it looks like. This man was Jeffrey Epstein's best fucking friend for 15 years at the height of Jeffrey Epstein's espionage, child sex trafficking, blackmail, espionage operation that ran over 3 decades in the United States of America. And it is deadly serious. It is a nuclear bomb. If it doesn't get stopped, it's going to explode.
I mean, he's a nuclear bomb, right? I think with his rhetoric, with his actions.
He's a troll. He's the ultimate troll.
He is.
Yeah.
He is.
He's a Trojan horse. He's a virus. He's a Trojan horse.
It's at our detriment. And I think that's what a lot of Americans don't understand. This is what I mean by it's going to take years, 10 plus years to build these relationships back, to build, the confidence in American trade and American government back. Yeah. Right. And that's what sucks for Americans, right? That we're now going to have to suffer the consequences of somebody who
likes to suffer. Power. What kind of weirdo likes suffering? That's weird, man.
It is.
That's weird.
It's beyond weird, right?
But here's some out of the box thinking, some alternative thinking. Kev Dog says, "What if in 2 years Trump finishes the wall? Does that mean anything? Does that change your calculus, Michael?"
Absolutely not. Right? We know that walls are not effective. Like, what's right?
Yeah.
And not even that. It furthers isolationist rhetoric, right? Instead of coming to a comprehensive plan with Mexico about immigration, you choose to build a wall, which has time and time again proven that it doesn't work. Like, that is not the way you go about.
Kev Dog, I think he was trying to usurp, the trolls by throwing that out there, troll language, just to shut their ass up. Exactly. Now thank you, Kev Dog. Yeah. Now let's keep going. since that ain't going to change shit, let's get back. We have to preempt the trolls here and shit. You know what I'm saying?
We have to call them out, right? Yeah. Call up their hypocrisy.
But let me ask you this. Canada, can they do it alone? Can they be enough to do it alone? I'm curious about that. What do you think?
I honestly, I don't think so. But what I do think is that this is what leads the way for other global partnerships. What they can't get from the U.S., they will find from another Canadian ally. It will just, it's obviously just going to cost a bit more due to logistics, but at least they won't have to deal with retaliatory, tariffs and the negative rhetoric that comes out of the U.S. and from this administration, right? They will. That's what it means to be a part of a global economy. They will figure it out. There's always another trade partner, right?
Yeah, they will figure it out.
They will, right?
And Canada's got lots to trade. They got lots to trade. They have lots people want. It's not like they're just sitting there with nothing. You know what I mean? And
that's the rhetoric that they want you to believe, right? That they're sitting there hopelessly waiting on America to save them with trade.
No, they got it good, man. And they can have it even better. Yeah. It's true, man. It's true.
And I'm waiting see what these other global partnerships look like. I really am, because it will happen. It's not that it won't happen. It will. And I want to see how that manifests itself and then how that spreads out globally to everyone else who are facing tariffs blanketly from Trump and this administration. That's going to be, the bigger.
He's unifying them. He's unifying everyone else. Everyone he claims he's fighting. Yeah, he's worried about China, but he's helping China by isolating the U.S. Yes. Wow, what a dumbass. Yeah. All right, man. You want to say one more thing about this with Doug Ford, or should we continue?
Again, I just think that we're going to see forward different types of global trade. And it's going to start, obviously it's going to start with Canada, and it's going to reverberate globally. And I think I'm interested in seeing what that looks like on a global scale. And I want to see how America takes it, how that rhetoric faces the backlash of the voters, right? Do the voters care enough to acknowledge this type of behavior? And
do the voters care enough to kick Trump's ass just to be like, man, fuck this? What the fuck? No matter what, you ain't getting this. You know what I'm saying? Election, anything, you ain't getting it, dude. Like, I mean, I want to see Americans. I want to see Americans all have tiki torches searching for Trump. Every American, just go look for them. Just everybody, just line up, get together, and just go find them. Like, there's more of us than there are of them. Remember that.
And V,
yeah.
Even if it's not Trump in particular, obviously he's the president. So obviously, like, legally, it becomes a bind.
No, we need his generals. We need his operatives and generals. We need
I want to see the Marco Rubios, the JD Vances. I want to see the people who are a part of his administration face the consequences that come along with their justifying and going along with all of this.
And you know who I would definitely go after first, right? Marco Rubio. I would make Marco Rubio sit public and snitch on all of them, and then give his ass a hefty fine and throw his ass in jail. But I would go after him. He's the weakest one. He's poor. Let's be honest. He ain't rich. You know what I'm saying? And he's not there with Peter Thiel like JD Vance is yet. So I would say, he's the weak link, man. Grab his ass up, shake him, get him in there and get him to snitch on everybody else. Make him a public display. Marco Rubio. Yep, he needs to be out there and just telling it all, and they need to let loose on his ass too. Like, anything he was up to, let everybody know. Like, they need to just make sure Marco Rubio knows the only way to survive this is to tell on everything and everyone.
And I have a question, V.
Yeah, go ahead.
How do you think this will affect the Republican candidate for president in 2028?
Well, my thoughts on this are the only person that's really going to run for Republican is going to be one that's going to have a chance, is going to be one that's not associated with Trump. And obviously that is kind of strange. That would have a lot to do with the primary, but I think they will try to keep the party alive somehow by splintering, but I think it's really stupid at this point, because it's kind of like being Candace Owens or being what's the other guy I always talk about that has the podcast? He's the big one, not Nick Fuentes, but the big dude. Joe Rogan. It's like being these people that you capped for Trump, you got paid for capping for Trump, or pretending like you weren't really, like you like some, you're a liberal, but you okay with Trump. You know what I mean? This kind of thing, playing that game, right? They capped for Trump. They got Trump elected, and now they're pretending like they learned their lesson. They're pretending like they were the victims. They just got fooled. But we need to, like, these kind of opportunists can't have space anymore, because they really are stupid. They didn't take the threat of their own country serious. They didn't take the safety of American people serious, man. That we have a lot of poor representatives, bro, where Americans, we need to think about how we go about being capitalists, because we do not value our own American human lives, bro. We don't.
Yeah.
It's way too classist, and it's way too dismissive of real realities of American citizens. And I think when you get to that point, you need to just sit down and shut the fuck up and really go to a rehab. Go to political democracy rehab and learn how to live in a society, in a free society that has some empathy for its fellow man and fellow citizen. like wants things to be fair for everybody. That has to be a priority before the United States can bounce back, man. And think about it. It will bounce back very fast if it tries the ground up approach. It will bounce back lightning fast that way because poor people and middle class people spend their money in the U.S. These rich billionaires don't. So they're not even letting their money circulate. It's not really circulating. You think these motherfuckers have all their money sitting here in the United States stock market just going around in a circle? Hell no. They got foreign bank accounts. They put their money in, man. They're hiding their fucking money, you know? And they're expecting the American people to bail them out. Yo, the gig is up. If Americans bail these people out one more time, you will be dead. You won't have a country. You won't have freedom. Americans are $100,000, $115,000, $120,000 born into debt. Basically, every American. That's how much every American is in debt. That's how high the debt is. What other Western country do you think people are born into that much debt? Do you think that's normal? Like,
and they'll justify it by saying we're the richest country, as if that doesn't offset by being in debt.
The United States, the average citizen is more in debt than pretty much any other. You know, it's got to be at the top of whoever's in debt in the Western countries. They have the least parliamentary representation of all Western countries. They have the worst access to health care, worst access to education, worst access to a living wage, worst access to motherfucking reasonable rent or housing situation. The U.S., we rate on those important things. We don't rate high at all, bro. And Americans feel it, but they don't necessarily comprehend the pain. They don't necessarily comprehend the frustration. They walk around frustrated. MAGA was frustrated as hell. They were like, the country's not working. And then they voted for Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. So they're right to think that the country's not working, because everybody feels that. But how you process that information and how far you can take it to get to the root of why you feel that way, that's where the discrepancy is. And we need to look at our allies. That's how we learn. Why are they not totally frustrated like we are? They do things differently. How about that? How about don't only notice things different when you want to be a fucking bigot. Stop noticing somebody's skin color. Stop noticing these kind of things. Why don't you notice some other shit like motherfucking healthcare in another Western country? Why don't you notice some other shit, education in another Western country? Why don't you notice important shit? These fucking Americans, bro. They only notice the bigotry shit, the dumb shit.
They stop measuring a country's importance in terms of its citizens' happiness and only continue to judge it by the dollar amount that it's gained or that it's worth.
Exactly.
And that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate, and that's why Americans feel so frustrated. It's because the system that they have arranged for themselves, right? It's working perfectly. It's working. It's hurting you. You designed it to hurt you, and it is doing that. You designed it to help the corporations, and it's doing that. I think Americans, and especially MAGA, you all got to stop bitching, because you do the shit to yourself purely. Your whole legacy is imagination, rural area. I'm imagining how shit is. It is all in my fucking head. Like, the liberals are the bad people, but yet they give us money every fucking, every year to help us survive because we don't generate enough federal dollars ourselves, but they're the enemy. They do things better than us, but they're the enemy. Like, these motherfuckers actually vote against their own best interest, and it's in their mind. Listen, there's bizarre shit. Hold on. Let me let some more of this play out. I'm going to show you some of the bizarre shit I came across today. Watch this. Let's go.
Donald Trump could kiss your ass. Did the Prime Minister tell you to ask you to tone it down a bit?
No, he didn't. I'm not going to comment, but he wasn't against that. And I have a lot of real estate on my ass, so he has a lot of room to kiss my ass. So
Well done.
I just do. I'm a big dude. What can I say?
Premier Sean Jeffries, CBC News. I know you haven't had an opportunity to see this, but we were just looking at a very fresh post here from President Trump on Truth Social, taking aim at you personally, taking shots at you, suggesting you should fall in line, that you are a flunky of the Prime Minister. Do you want to respond to these shots? What would you say to the President?
No, I don't respond to a dictator like President Trump, a bully like President Trump. As I said before, he's the type of guy in school that would take your lunch money one day, take your toque off your head the next day, and then steal your running shoes. But I'm not going to take any advice off a guy that's the king of bankruptcies. And he's actually tariffing his own people, taxing his own people. And I'm going to make sure I communicate through the U.S. media. I'm going to be reaching out to every single governor, every single senator, and every single congressperson. And when it comes to the midterms, I have a message to the Americans. Don't vote in a person that's going to kill your jobs. He ran on creating more jobs. Last time I checked, jobs went down in the U.S. and Ontario created more jobs. He ran on reducing the cost of living. Last time I checked, food's more expensive down there. Homes are more expensive. And the reason homes are more expensive because he has a tariff on our lumber, which 33% of all homes that are built in the U.S. use Canadian lumber. So I'm not going to take lessons off President Trump. He's the last guy that I would take any lessons off. And it's about Team Canada. We'll see how this goes, but he wants to put pain on Canadians. We'll leverage every bit of pain we possibly can on Americans. And you know what I feel bad for? I've always said I love the American people. I still stand by that statement because there's a lot of people in the U.S. that are calling me saying, way to go, keep going. You know, your own people, President Trump, don't even like you. And they're going to speak loud and clear when it comes to the midterms. And if I was allowed to, I'd be down there door knocking.
Premier, you mentioned a number of times today that tariffs are a tax on Americans. If that principle stands, and I'm sure it does here in Canada as well, how do you impose retaliatory tariffs without impacting Canadian spending here?
That's good point. It is going to hurt. That's the cost of war. We have two choices, folks. We either roll over and he dismantles Canada and he says 51st state. We'll never be the 51st state. We'll do whatever it takes to protect our sovereignty. We're proud Canadians. And I'll tell you one thing, we'll wait it out for 2 years. We'll wait it out for 2 years, even if he lasts 2 years, but we'll wait it out. And hopefully they'll come to their senses when they see the pain he's putting on the American people. And we have to focus on the red states. And folks, I know up here, red is liberal, blue is conservative. It's opposite down there, just to explain to the people. The red states are Republican, blue are Democrat, but the red states, we're going to hit hard.
Hi, Premier. Siobhan Morris, CTV News.
Hi, Siobhan.
I just wanted to sort of figure out.
States are Republican, blue are Democrat, but the red states, we're going to hit hard. The red states are Republican, blue are Democrat, but the red states, we're going to hit hard. The red states are Republican, blue are Democrat, but the red states, we're going to hit hard. The red states are Republican, blue or Democrat, but the red states, we're going to hit.
And this is exactly what I was saying. Every country that has been threatened by Trump or been mistreated by Trump, this is how you should respond. 2 seconds. Sorry about that. Yeah, exactly what he said. What Doug Ford said. Let's hear this again. They're planning on having pinpointed. What is this in the background? Sorry about that. They're planning on having pinpointed tariffs, not just all-out tariffs.
People.
Here, watch this.
And we have to focus on the red states. And folks, I know up here, red is liberal, blue is conservative. It's opposite down there, just to explain to the people. The red states are Republican, blue or Democrat, but the red states, we're going to hit hard.
Hi, Premier. Siobhan Morris, CTV News.
Hi, Siobhan.
I just wanted to sort of figure out your thinking about how you thread this needle with the president taking very specific aim at you in deeply personal ways.
Good.
Well, also, why is that good?
Well, good. He can, something. I've been in this game a lot longer than he has. I got skin on me like an alligator. And you think an insult from him Hurts me? Well, bring it on, buddy. I'm ready. Bring it on. You know something? I've dealt with guys like you my whole life. And guess what? You all become losers because you're a loser.
All right. Now, I just wanted to illustrate the type of people that are actually like voting for this guy. Look at this. Listen to this. Can I go back? Oh, hold on. Sorry. 1 second. I don't know how it just left my page. I'm trying to play this on my Facebook here on my cell phone. But here, check this out. Here, listen to this. I don't know if you can hear it. Hold on. What? Why didn't it play? It went to something else. All right, hold on. Let me try it right here. I really don't understand that.
Do you believe the Bible should be taught in schools?
Here it is.
Absolutely.
Here it is.
Absolutely. When I was in first grade, we were taught the books of the Bible. We were taught the Ten Commandments. It's been taken out of the schools, and now look what we have.
You think that because the Ten Commandments are out of school, what do you think the result of that is?
I think because the children are not taught about the Bible and God and the truth, that the devil has come in. There was a crack in the door, and that door is open, and Satan came in, and he's ruining our children. Should
every United States citizen be a Christian?
Yes.
Do you believe the Bible should be taught in schools?
Absolutely. Absolutely. When I was in first grade, we were taught the books of the Bible. We were taught the Ten Commandments. It's been taken out of the schools, and now look what we have.
You think that because the Ten Commandments are out of school, what do you think the result of that is?
I think because the children are not taught about the Bible and God and the truth, that the devil has come in. There was a crack in the door, and that door is open, and Satan came in, and he's ruining our children.
Should every United States citizen be a Christian?
Yes.
These are people. These are the people voting for Trump. They're voting for Trump, and they believe things like this. Now, if you literally believe this stuff, open the door, you left a crack in there. But look, you have to imagine somebody's looking at you when you're just trying to deliver their motherfucking deliver their package, and they might be looking at you like, is this the devil trying to get in? I'm just curious. Don't let the devil in that door. I mean, this is paranoia. It's paranoia. You know, and when you get people in some mass psychosis like that, they end up voting for fucking Trump. And then you got, look who you got right here. Doug Ford up here trying to combat it with being reasonable, trying to be rational about shit. But it's hard because Trump doesn't have to explain shit to his base in any rational way whatsoever. They lean towards this just open bigotry and prejudice. Like they think very simple, very simple minded, very simple minded. Just think of a person that rolls. I'm not trying to offend anybody's personal religion. You're free to practice whatever you practice. I don't care. Me, myself, I don't even talk about it myself, right? My beliefs, right? I don't talk about it for a reason, because I believe that it doesn't have power that way. You know, to be honest with you, I believe when you keep it personal, then it has powers. Like, I don't even talk necessarily about it, you know, as much as I think. But in any case, these kind of folks, you cannot rationalize with them, because it's like, think of it being just like a bone thrower, right? It's just randomness. You just throw the bones. Now, I'm not saying people that really believe in this think it's randomness. Maybe it's not. I'm not trying to get into all of that. I'm just saying on its base, it's like rolling the dice. It's nothing different. They turn their belief into some shit where it's like just rolling the dice in the alley. Here you go. I'm going to leave it up to chance. It says 6. That must be the devil. Snake eyes. That's it. That's what the dice say. And this is what they reduce everything to, some sort of like, weird lived experience that has nothing to do with a societal experience. You know what I'm saying? Societal means you got to get outside and mingle with other people sometimes, yo. Like, what the fuck? They don't do that. So they're very isolated. And this is where this simple stuff thrives, you know. And now, what do you got? You got Trump. The result is Trump going after Canada. Somebody, one of these people, this is exactly what it is. They believe Canada can be the 51st state. When Trump says it, they believe it. Take them at their word. That's how stupid they are. Don't you ever forget. Some armies can be a lot of stupid slaves. It's happened in history. They like their armies made of slaves. I'm telling you, not the most educated. You fill their belly up and just point the finger. You know what I'm saying? Rile them up. I mean, you know, like seriously, bigotry always works to help them not realize they're a slave. Just keep talking about somebody else. They won't figure it out. You know, that's the easy way to do it. But in any case, kudos to Canada.
Low-hanging fruit.
Low-hanging fruit,
but
bro.
Also, B, if you want, I can put a link in the chat to cover the Times article, the New York Times article that talks about Hakeem Jeffries meeting up with Jared Kushner.
Yeah, put that in the chat. Do that. Yeah, put that in the chat. Let me see. There was one more thing about this. I think there was some more news. It's not only him that was responding. The other Canadian PM responded. Let me see here. Let's just play a little of this real quick. I think this is from Secular Talk. Right? Yeah, exactly. So let's play this.
This disposition towards Donald Trump. There's no appeasing the unappeasable. He have a better.
Here we go.
At midnight, the U.S. will implement a 50% tariff on about $28 billion of Canadian goods, and now Canada will match it dollar for dollar. Quote, we will not allow any nation to determine our future. So, look, it's important to point out, it's people who react like this who usually, have a better relationship with Trump. It's the people who say, fuck you and the horse you rode in on, I'm not dealing with you, and then they walk away. Eventually, Trump, in those scenarios, usually caves. And he respects strength in these negotiations. So Mark Carney's doing the right thing. He, frankly, he always should have had this disposition towards Donald Trump. There's no appeasing the unappeasable, and that's what Trump is. So he basically puffed his chest out, stood 10 toes down, and as Mediaite points out here, Canada vows to match punishing U.S. tariffs dollar for dollar as Trump fails to reach a deal. So Trump then comes out, and that's what Trump is.
Carney said that?
So he basically puffed his chest out, stood 10 toes down, and as Mediaite points out here, Canada vows to match punishing U.S. tariffs dollar for dollar as Trump fails to reach a deal. So Trump then comes out and he says the following. Canada has been ripping off the United States of America for years. Their ridiculously high tariffs on our farmers and farm products has made life impossible for these great American patriots and has long created a $60 billion deficit between our two countries. Not sustainable and not anymore. On January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, and both large and small automotive parts and steel will be increased to 50%. Built in the U.S., and there are zero tariffs. Canada will be treated like a state no longer. On trade and in other ways also, they are among the worst nations in the world to deal with. They feel entitled, and yet we don't need Canada. They need us. They do 95% of their business with the U.S., with us. The exact opposite. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So rubbing salt in the wound, being a total dick to Canada. Also, I love this idea that like Canada is being unfair to our farmers when Donald J. Trump is being unfair to our farmers. He's being unfair with the tariffs. He absolutely ruined the beef market because he's undercutting American cattle farmers by allowing in foreign beef that's much lower quality. Like the number of ways Trump has put his middle finger up to U.S. farmers and to red states more broadly. I mean, it is astronomical, and he's acting like Canada's being unfair. You're fucking unfair, motherfucker. So this is a total crash out here. Well, I love this. As Daniel Dale points out, and he's, of course, the CNN fact checker, he says, the U.S. Department of Agriculture correctly says on its website that almost all U.S. agricultural exports to Canada face no tariffs at all. The super high Canadian dairy tariffs Trump often talks about are over-quota tariffs, tariffs that apply only after certain negotiated quantities of zero tariff exports are met. And those quotas are rarely hit, often not even approached. Most Canadian exports go to the U.S., but it's not close to 95%. It was about 72% of goods exports in 2025, down from 76% in 2024. The U.S. goods trade deficit with Canada has sometimes been $60 billion, but often been much smaller, and it overwhelmingly exists for one reason. The U.S. imports a lot of cheap Canadian oil. So, seems like a bad idea in the midst of an oil crisis started by Trump to begin beefing with Canada, who supplies us with cheap oil. I mean, you could not craft a dumber, more self-destructive policy in a fucking lab, bro.
But think about this, because oil is things that start wars, and I wouldn't be surprised if the next world war, had goals about how the oil trade would be different. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
You couldn't do it.
Well, a lot of experts say that's the next reason why, right? Because resources are finite, right? So if it's not gas, it would be water. It would be another natural resource that's non-replenishable, right? But yeah,
gas, water, yeah, exactly, bro, exactly, man. It's the things of a world war, these things that are happening right now, and I just hope that everybody that is not aware becomes aware that these are things of world war. Like it's not joking for shock value, I say it, or YouTube value. Like literally, this is stuff people talk about. These are the issues of a world war. That's all I can say, really. But yeah, all right. Hope it isn't.
Astonishing to continue to beef with Canada when Canada has bent over backwards to be accommodating to us, as virtually every country has, by the way. What I think this is really about is Donald Trump is throwing a tantrum because Canada is also getting closer ties with China now. And I think Trump recognizes that Canada's long-term play is going to be to snuggle up more to China than they are to the U.S. But the only reason that they're doing that is because the U.S. under Trump has shown itself to be so irrational and so impulsive and so stupid and so selfish that Canada feels like it's not worth it. Like, we can't just rely on the U.S. as we have in the past anymore. And so he's throwing a little tantrum over that. Dude, you're doing the thing right now that's leading to Canada moving away from us. You're doing the thing right now that's the destruction of the U.S. empire. And again, it's just like the amount of shit that he says and believes that's just like completely and utterly not backed up by the facts. As if like Canada's been playing hardball with us and they're like really fucked up to us. Then you look at the specifics and it's like, oh yeah, wait a second. That's not true at all. And so Trump is just hell-bent on, treating all of our allies like fucking assholes and then trying to snuggle up to our enemies and like cut favorable deals with them. It's insane, and we've seen this over and over and over.
Yeah, it's going to create. I mean, it can very easily create a world war, and I wouldn't be surprised if people are talking about it right now, and obviously legacy news in the U.S. won't have any discussion about it. A lot of places won't, obviously, but my guess is that people could be talking about that because of Trump being the catalyst for it. And people can't just move on without resolving this issue. And things don't go smoothly unless people are willing to work together smoothly. And chaos cannot become the norm. So usually people opt for unified fronts and armed conflict to bring the peace, to bring the normalcy back. And how it looks, who knows how that's going to look. But I'm sure it's going to encompass a lot of places. But listen, I wanted to say one thing. Mods, if you're listening out there, mods, do me a favor. I need every mod to be a part of the Discord mod group. So please use VMedia. Find me on Discord, make an account, and contact me on Discord, or use this link that we have in the chat for the panel to contact me also. But if you want, it's the same username, VMedia, VMEEDIA. That's all you need to know, and then you will find my page on Discord. But in any case, back to this news. Let's see here.
It's almost like his malignant narcissism and his authoritarian personality leads him to genuinely see common cause with other authoritarians and hate any nations that are allies. It's very bizarre. All right, so Ontario's Doug Ford says Canada should be ready to cut electricity to the U.S. if its trade fight worsens. This is what Trump brought about. And if/when something like that happens, he has nobody to blame but himself. Like, literally all of this was avoidable if he wasn't a total fucking jackass. All of it was avoidable. So, and also, like, think about how easy it would be. All they would need to do is reduce, like, the oil they're sending to the U.S. by, like, 10% to spark a massive fucking crisis and have Trump on his fucking knees. So Trump, he does this weird thing where, like, the more he's in a corner, the more cooked he is, the more he pretends like he has the upper hand. He did it with Iran. Now he's doing it with Canada as well. And it's just so fucking dense. I've never seen anything like it. All right, now let me also give you this. Here's MS Now talking about it.
Okie doke, let's get down to business. President Trump is justifying his 50% tariffs on Canadian goods, saying Canada has spent years taking advantage of U.S. farmers. But for fact's sake, the United States has always made out with the better end of the deal. About 70% of Canadian exports go to the United States. It is incredibly reliant on America, and replacing that will not be easy on their economy or on Canadians. What do? So they sell us big commodity items like oil, petroleum, and lumber. We refine it, add some bells and whistles, and then we sell it back as a much higher value product like electronics, cars, chemicals. That means at the end of the day, the United States makes more money. So if their prices are going to go up and our prices are going to go up, and we can't just sign new trade agreements with other countries overnight, my question is, what is the...
So you see, Canada worked with the United States like a lot of other countries do, or work with different countries, like a lot of African countries work with China or work with Europe or work with the U.S. raw minerals, right? And then you get an opportunity to some of your people, if they can afford it, get an opportunity to buy back these high priced items. You know what I mean? That are meant for the rich in everybody's country. There's always some rich people, right? But that's a lot of it's. That's not all to the relationship, but that's a big part of it. Then there's also the fact that our car manufacturing is very integrated in terms of the parts. Some of the parts are made in Canada because it's cheaper, or they might have some things that are better. They produce better than the U.S. You know, it's integrated. So a car might go across the border 2 or 3 times before it's sold in either country if it's an American car. You see what I mean? Same thing with Mexico. So, but in any case, just for people to know.
The point of this war. Joining me now, Ron Insana, MS Now business analyst and publisher of The Message of the Markets on Substack. And Brooke Masters is here, U.S. managing editor for the Financial Times. Ron, what are your thoughts on this? Like, even if it doesn't have a huge economic impact on you and I don't understand the point.
Nor do I, Steph. And you know, this is kind of rooted in the president's desire, I think, to make Canada the 51st state. There's that comment has been circulated.
Oh, I forgot about that, bro. Oh, that he's so fucking psycho. In the same way, he hasn't given up on the whole Greenland thing, where he's threatened Denmark, he's threatened Greenland. Now they kind of technically started their invasion. Because what did they do? They already did some illegal oil drilling. They started some illegal oil wells there. So you got that going on. You got the threats against Cuba going on. You have the threats against Mexico. I forgot about threatening Canada, saying you're going to be our 51st state. And this appears to be arm twisting to effectively try to get them to that point. I heard...
I wouldn't quote that thing about Denmark or Greenland and them starting the oil drilling. I believe what happened was they sent some machinery there, and they were confronted by the Greenlanders, the Greenland government. Let me see something. I'm gonna find out. Did the American companies start drilling oil in Greenland? I believe there's nobody pumping oil from Greenland, period. That's a Greenland policy. So it's not just a policy about the U.S. It's an environmental policy. Nobody. And what it says, let me just bring that up. I think people don't always, maybe he wasn't too sure about that, but no American companies have not started drilling oil in Greenland. The situation involves significant political friction and regulatory pushback, right? So just so people are aware of that. Equipment unload without permission. That's what happened. Somebody from one of these companies, that's a private company, that's an American company, brought equipment there and dumped it there, and they were confronted by the Greenland government. There it is. A Texas-based firm named Greenland Energy. So they're not that friendly. You can see they use the name Greenland. Greenland hasn't attacked anybody, but they're really some colonizers themselves, right? Which partnered with UK license holder 80 Mile PLC, brought heavy equipment and shipping containers. Look, UK license they need to be called out on this. And shipping containers ashore at where? At Jameson Land in eastern Greenland. Official government warning. Greenland Ministry of Mineral Resources issued a strong warning to the operators. Authorities clarified that the company had brought materials ashore without obtaining the required regulatory sign-offs. Drilling blocked for 2026. Greenlandic officials reject the company's timeline to start exploratory drilling in late 2026, stating that the project remains far from completing required environmental safety reviews. The license holder subsequently pushed the potential start date back to at least winter 2027. So it's been pushed back a year. But let's continue here. Let's see. Let's go.
That Trump was demanding in these trade negotiations, one of the demands was basically that French Canadians drop all of their French cultural shit. Like, stop speaking French, stop with the signs that are in, like the road signs that are in French. Like, you
hear this shit? The goal of Trump. I mean, his ancestors 3 generations ago came from Germany, speaking German. And he's in America now telling a Canadian, like, seriously, that's what's going on.
That French Canadians drop all of their French culture. You got the threats against Cuba going on. You have the threats against Mexico. I forgot.
This is the Heritage Foundation people doing this, right?
About threatening Canada, saying you're going to be our 51st state. And this appears to be arm twisting to effectively try to get them to that point. I heard that Trump was demanding in these trade negotiations, one of the demands was basically that French Canadians drop all of their French cultural shit. Like, stop speaking French, stop with the signs that are in, like the road signs that are in French. Like, it's all English all day, baby. Like, trying to twist their arm. Like, who the fuck are you? You are a fat terrorist, pedophile, war criminal, con man, rapist cunt. And
Jeffrey Epstein's best friend for 15 years at the height of his child sex ring, blackmail, espionage activities. I mean, and then what's his name? Tim something said just in his little rant yesterday from South Carolina, said birds of a feather flock together. So it sounds very real. Sounds very real.
And who's going to die in like 7 seconds, if we're being honest. And you're going to like try to throw around your significant weight to force Canada to stop being Canada. Like, he reawakened, he rekindled Canadian nationalism in a sense that now the nationalists in Canada are the left-wingers. There's this, explosion of patriotic sentiment there. And it's all because they're under siege from Trump. And so now the Canadian nationalists are liberals, and like Mark Carney is in position to rule for a fucking generation because Donald Trump is so stupid. So it is insane. I totally forgot that he was, you're going to be the 51st state. Look at how unhinged this guy is, bro. A guy who likely has dementia and Alzheimer's and is dealing with mini strokes and congestive heart failure. A guy who's in the Epstein files over 1 million times is threatening Canada, trying to coerce them into being our 51st state. Well, if I were them, I wouldn't want to be our motherfucking 51st state either. Because they have health care. We don't. I don't know if you noticed that.
Exactly.
Okay? They're not the ones who are carpet bombing.
And guess who else has health care? Greenlanders all have health care. They all have higher education, access to higher. It doesn't cost. They get paid to go to university. They get paid to go to technical school in Greenland. That's what it is. That's how Danish life is. That's how the Danish Greenlander life is. That's how the Nordic life pretty much is. Maybe Sweden, I don't know what Sweden's education laws are. Maybe the healthcare is a little different, but it's still much cheaper, But in any case, let's hear some more.
Innocent little girls in Iran. We are. I don't really want to sign up to be buddy-buddy with the mobocracy that's called the United States. It's a sick joke.
Now, even throughout these conversations and arguments we've been having with Canada. But at the end of the day, the president in his first term renegotiated the North American Free Trade Agreement with both Canada and the United States, apparently unsatisfied with his own renegotiation, and now trying to negotiate with Canada again.
This is the other thing that makes it totally untenable to work with Trump, is that he renegotiated NAFTA and did like a new NAFTA called the USMCA. Then he gets back in office and he goes, "Who made this deal? I don't like this deal. I'm gonna rip this deal up." You fucking made the deal. So now
exactly. All right, let's move forward.
Sabotaging moron.
All right, that's enough of Trump. I mean, people pretty much know that Trump is on is going to do his thing as long as you don't stand up to him. And I know that's going to look different for different people, but really, right? It's not actually. It's hard to explain it away. It is very, very hard to explain it away. It's not something that can easily just be explained away again so easily. It just makes you wonder, like, when is this shit going to come to an end? And yeah, folks, if you want it to come to an end, I contend that if you do not, it doesn't matter if you're a citizen of the United States or if you're another country, if you're not standing up for your rights, you're going to get stepped on. You're going to lose them, particularly an American citizen. If you don't stand up for your rights, you're definitely going to lose them. If you don't stand hard on your rights, you're going to lose a lot of rights in your own country, and you will be paying them to take your rights from you. That's what's going on right now. So be cautious. But other countries, keep in mind, Trump is connected with Putin somehow, some way. They're either friends, business partners, or confidants. Who knows, right? But it is a danger to NATO. So don't take these attacks as just, just incidental attack. Just kind of talking about Canada. Just kind of talking about Denmark. It's just a joke. No. This ain't no goddamn joke. This is a real fire. And if people don't see it as a real fire, the fire is going to burn bigger. Let's see here. Let me switch over now. There's something about Hakeem Jeffries. Let's peep this real quick because I know people want to see this. This happened like 24 hours or 48 hours ago. So let's peep this. See what's going on.
Leader Hakeem Jeffries reportedly met with Jared Kushner this weekend to look at potential areas of collaboration and common ground between Democrats and the Trump administration. Here to discuss is the Hill's congressional reporter Sadiq Shakochi. Hey Sadiq, so what do we know about what was discussed at this meeting?
Yeah, so the New York Times was the first outlet to report on this meeting, and they had discussed, they had reported that House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Jared Kushner, some of the topics that came up during the meeting were housing, immigration reform, and also the potential high cost of living. And so these were all topics that they had discussed. Now, Hakeem Jeffries and Jared Kushner do have some history. During President Trump's first term, Hakeem Jeffries and Jared Kushner actually worked on a criminal justice reform bill together. Now, obviously, that bill didn't end up becoming law, but it was something that both men had worked on. And so this is not anything unique. They do have previous ties. They do have previous history. But it was kind of interesting to see this meeting come up right in the heat of the 2026 midterm elections. I think that this meeting kind of indicates that Democrats do expect to win back the House next year, and they're trying to figure out ways to work with the White House. Now, Jared Kushner does not have a role in the White House. He has served as an advisor sometimes to President Trump on international trips, on foreign trips abroad. So he has kind of played that role, but he doesn't have a specific formal role in the White House. And so it is interesting to see these two men meet, especially as Democrats feel very confident about winning back the House next year.
Some progressives are upset with Jeffries for participating in this meeting. What are they saying?
Yeah, so I think one of the biggest complaints that I've been hearing from progressives is that, Democrats have to be more firm when it comes to the Trump administration and have to act more aggressively. I think that's a common talking point that progressives have repeatedly said over and over again, have repeatedly pointed out on the campaign trail that Democrats need to be more firm in getting their views across the table. And they also need to be more progressive on their policy viewpoints, especially when it comes to the economy and immigration. What we've seen in the past few weeks with U.S. Border Patrol and Immigration and Customs Enforcement officials killing U.S. citizens, that's something that Democrats have clamored the White House to have some sort of reform on, especially with the high cost of living as well. You're adding in the military conflict with Iran. These are all things that Democrats have been very unhappy about. And so progressives were very unhappy with the meeting between Hakeem Jeffries and Jared Kushner because to them, it's something that they think, Democrats will kind of fold if they do win back the House next year, and they don't want Democrats to fold. And so one of their biggest things is, Democrats have to be firm in standing up and standing back against the Trump administration and the policies that, Republicans have been promoting.
Could this be seen as a sign that both sides are kind of resigned to the notion that Democrats will have some more political power after the midterm elections?
Definitely. I think, again, Democrats kind of see this, as an opportunity to win back the House next year. And so I think this meeting comes at a very interesting time because, we're almost heading into November. We're kind of seeing, who's going to take over the House, who's going to take over the Senate. And I think at this point, there's a lot of projections out there that kind of indicate that Democrats will potentially win back the House and that the Senate will be at a 50-50. And so I think with that being said, Democrats want to use every avenue they can to get their policy ideas across.
And if you want a fast track to fixing this country, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good at all. If you want a fast track at fixing the United States of America and making it as fair as or more fair, closer to other Western countries, you're going to need more than 50% of the Senate. You're going to need more than 50%. Definitely, you're going to need filibuster-proof type shit. You're going to need 65% of both houses just to make it easy, just to make it quick. The act's quick. So voting counts. And so if you're not registered to vote, the clock is running down. Don't take that as a sign that it's over or it's too late. It's not too late, but the clock is ticking down depending on what state you're in for this midterm election, right? So let's say if you're in Kansas, right? For example, boom, you got 21 days before the election day. Election day is November 3rd, right? So you got to do it 21 days before November 3rd. So that means don't take any chances. Like, don't wait anymore. Make sure you are registered to vote and you've done it. Do it now. It's the last week of August. It's going to be September. And in September, at some point, it will be too late to register to vote for this election. So you may as well make it a priority and do it now. But let's get back to this real quick. And, my view is that people need to get real about the civics that they have in their country and understand how you change things, what the law says, how you get it done, and stop accepting mediocre shit. Like, if you want this shit to stop before the next presidential election, you need way more than control over one house. You need the filibuster proof. You need the maybe super majority, which is like 60-something percent, 65%, roughly speaking. Then you can do whatever you want. You don't even need the fucking president anymore. You can write law without him, and you can impeach any Supreme Court justice that gets in your fucking way. That's how it works. So let's continue.
The table, especially with someone like President Trump. And so this is kind of their opportunity to do so. And so I think Democrats are very firm in the fact that, they will win back the House next year. Now, obviously, Republicans are very confident in their chances as well. But I think some Republicans understand, that the president's party historically loses the midterms. It's not something that's, just a President Trump thing, but it's something that's happened in previous midterm election cycles as well, especially under the Biden administration administration and previous administrations. And so what we're seeing is Republicans understand that, there is a chance that they might lose the House next year, especially with the president's party, being so unfavorable right now with the military conflict with Iran, rising gas prices, rising grocery prices. And so I think Democrats understand that, there is a very big opportunity for them to win back the House, and they want to use every avenue possible to get their ideas across the table.
And what are you hearing from House Democrats about their goals if they do end up taking the House?
Yeah, some of the goals that they voiced with me, number one on the table is healthcare. That's something that they have been talking about for the past few months, especially after the Affordable Care Act subsidies expired. And so that's definitely something they want to work on. They want to be able to renew the Affordable Care Act subsidies, which I know that that's not something that Republicans would want to do. Another thing they have said they want to do is root out corruption in the Trump administration, especially with the oversight committees doing all that work, investigating Trump officials. They want to carry out more investigations against Trump officials in the White House. And so that's another big goal. And the third big goal they voiced to me is the economy. They want to make sure that Americans are living more affordably. They want to make sure that affordability is at the center of their messaging. And so one big factor that they want to work on, one big issue they want to work on is affordability and cost of living. They want to be able to make sure that grocery prices are lowered, gas prices are lowered. And then I would say one additional thing is the military conflict with Iran, which again came after Trump, and Israel had launched joint strikes against Iran last year. And so I think, this is also another issue that they want to work on. They have passed war powers resolutions. So we have seen that repeatedly. But again, that's not something that President Trump would be willing to sign into law. And so they do want to be able to pass more war powers resolutions, or at least take some sort of action to limit Trump's military action in Iran. And so that's something that I've also seen a lot of Democrats, voice. One big issue is foreign policy.
Back to that issue of the meeting between Kushner and Jeffries. Has Jeffries said anything about the meeting?
Jeffries has not voiced anything publicly, but I will say the New York Times had reached out to his office for a statement, and one of the main things that he had said to the Times in a statement is that, they're not going to do the whole Republican my way or highway approach. And I think that's very important. That's something that he's repeatedly said in press conferences in the past, is that he's not going to let Republicans do this is my way or the highway approach. He wants to be able to either work with Republicans on issues and get Democratic voices across the table. And so I think this meeting also comes, in optimal time, because for Jeffries, one of the big things that he wants to advocate for, one of the big things he's looking to do next year is to really get Democratic voices inside, get Democratic.
But I got a question, and my question is for the maggots, right? My question is, given the fact that Hakeem Jeffries is black, should Trump work with him on anything? Okay, this is a question only for maggots. Given the fact that Hakeem Jeffries is black, should Trump work on him with anything whatsoever? Or should they just utterly reject Hakeem Jeffries? Should they invite him to shine Trump's shoes? Maybe. That would be a racialized insult, right? Are they okay with that, the maggots? What do you think, maggots? Yo, Michael, what do you think is going on here, man?
I think it's Jeffries' way of staying connected and reassuring Israel that they have their best interests in mind.
Wow. So this is more about Israel, you think?
It is. It definitely is. This Jared Kushner, right? Jared Kushner is directly connected to this Israeli government,
right.
Bibi Netanyahu, right? And so this is them honestly reassuring that he has Israel's best interest in mind, right? And he's going to keep that going forward, even with the progressive movement that they're currently facing, right? I think that's the reassurance, right? Reassuring that.
All right. So I get that. So in other words, AIPAC is going to put pressure on Hakeem Jeffries.
I think it's him reassuring them. I think it's him reassuring. Hey, look, regardless of whichever party is in power, we have your best interest in mind. Period. I think that's him reassuring them, and also him trying to, reach across the aisle, especially to this administration, not necessarily across the aisle, but to Trump directly, right? Whatever conversation Jeffries and Kushner had, Trump knows, right? Like
It's
that's his son-in-law.
secretive.
We're not going to pretend,
It's secretive too. That's interesting. Like
right? Like we're not going to pretend that Jeffries and that Kushner's not going to have that conversation with
yeah,
Trump.
yeah. What's so
Secondly,
special? What's so special going on there?
and let's remember,
That it's got to be
Jeffries. I
secret.
mean, Kushner has, how can I say it? He's in an unofficial position. He has no position, right? Which allows him to move a lot more secretively than if he had an official position within this administration. So that's also by design.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that's true. And you can't necessarily assume that he's doing any particular business because he's coming as an individual. So he could be coming to find out, what are we going to do about Gaza? Can I still build my hotel?
Yeah, and if the regime changes, will you give me the reassurance I need for, because again, and this is also a sign that, Trump's tenure is ending, right? Trump's tenure is ending. He would not, he could have met with Jeffries well before. You think it's a coincidence that he's meeting with Jeffries now after the midterms are projected for Democrats to win? Absolutely not.
So do they need Jeffries? Does Trump need Jeffries to get what he wants? Does Jared Kushner need Jeffries to get what he wants, what they want? Does Israel need Jeffries to get what they want?
Yes. I think
all of
they
them
need
do.
Jeffries.
All of them.
Yes, they need him. And I think it also, like behind the scenes, this is blatant.
So Jeffries should make them kiss his ass then.
Well, I think they're going to be some concessions, right? I think they're having a conversation. What does it look like if the Dems take the majority? Are you going to prosecute Jared Kushner? Are you going to investigate Jared Kushner? Are you going to investigate Trump and everyone related to Trump, right? These are the behind the scenes conversations that I believe they're having, right? Because they already know. They have information. They have data. First of all, they have data. They have access to data that we can only assume, right? And if every other data points to Democrats taking both the House and the Senate,
right,
they're gonna mitigate these investigations, right? Hey, look, are we gonna, I can assure you that, with Israel, we'll have your best interests in mind if you don't do X, Y, Z, right? And we can assure you right now, going into the midterms, that maybe we'll back off our rhetoric against anti-Democrat, right? I think that's, these are the conversations they're having when they bring up, these topics, because again, Jared Kushner has the ability to be in an unofficial position, which means he doesn't have to register as a foreign agent, which means he doesn't have to, disclose what quote unquote a personal conversation looks like, even though we know Jared Kushner is the son-in-law of Trump, right? And he has direct ties to Israel, right?
Right.
And so when we look at that,
doesn't he have business ties? Business ties, right?
There we go. It's more than business ties, right? Government and business ties, right? So these are the reassurances.
Right. Yeah. So he could be a Israeli operative.
I don't doubt that he is.
Right.
I think anyone who thinks different, it's to be disingenuous to say that he's not an Israeli operative, right?
Well, he is, in my view, he is, Jared Kushner is a genocider. He's a genocider, obviously, right? So he was willing to do those things to kick Palestinian people out of Gaza and to take over that territory for his own business, right? So for Hakeem Jeffries to meet with him, I think that's not a good look, because
beyond not a good look.
It's one thing to have your normal U.S. policy, but this thing that happened with Gaza, that's not normal U.S. policy. So you can't say a person want to build a hotel and that's normal U.S. policy. That's the agreement. That's part of the two-state solution. No, that's not part of that. So Hakeem Jeffries meeting with him can be seen as him kind of capitulating to genociders, pretty much.
Exactly, right? And I think, it's upsetting.
He should refuse to meet them. He should refuse to meet them.
There we go, right? Because that's the proper response, right? And knowing that Israel is such a hot topic going into the midterms, this is the opportunity you take now to go meet with him.
Right.
That only hurts Democrats, right? That only makes Democrats look like
Or-
they're in cahoots with this current administration, even though they talk on the back end about him.
Do you think exactly? But do you think this is more about the NDA?
I think it is. I think it is.
Mostly
and that's
about
why
the
I think it will
NDA.
pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's about the NDA. It's about the interest of Israel going forward, and including the NDA.
It's about the security
right?
deal that's about to hit the Congress.
There
That's
we go.
on the Senate floor, basically, right?
Right.
The security
Exactly,
deal.
right?
Yeah,
Because
with
they're
Israel.
coming
Yeah.
back from recess, right? And they're going to have this bill proposed in front of them, right? They want to know how many votes can Jeffries secure to make this bill happen.
Yeah, so they can
right?
go shake down the people that refuse. So
Yes,
Jeffries
right? So they can have those conversations.
Yeah, Jeffrey can tell them who's cooperating, and then they can go out on their own and shake the rest up independently.
And I don't even think independently, right? Like I think he's letting them know, like, hey, look, we're gonna be in lockstep.
I'm meeting with APAC today, y'all. See what I'm doing? I'm meeting with APAC. Expect a phone call from me soon. It's going to be about the NDA. It's going to be about the NDA,
There's
y'all.
so much money coming from APAC. They're just used to it, so they don't know how to live without it anymore.
Is it the money or is it the honey?
I think
Is it the great Israeli honey?
High.
Huh?
They're talking about millions, so it's just that it's talking about millions.
Which I think it is about keeping the relationship with Israel and strengthening it more so than the money. The money's going to come, right? We're Israel's greatest ally, right? That's not going to change no matter who is in charge. And I think, you give reassurances, but this is more along lines of power, right?
Right.
Forget the money, right?
Yeah.
It is about the power, right? And the continuation of that power, the integration of that power with the NDAA, right? And Section 219 in it, right? It's essentially him giving reassurances to Jared Kushner and Israel directly or indirectly in the form of Jared Kushner that he's going to try his best to get his constituents in line so that they vote for the NDAA, right?
Okay.
With Section 219 in it, right? That's what's scary. That's scary. I don't know about anyone else, but that is scary because you essentially have someone who's going to, hopefully, unfortunately, be the majority leader, right? But with that, it doesn't change. It's just the face that's changing. The agenda doesn't.
Okay. I agree 100%. It's the timing says everything, bro. The timing says everything. And it's obviously more, the timing to me says more about what the hell? Why did they I'm trying to get around this wall, man, that they have, and they keep asking me if I want to subscribe.
For
this
the
article.
Times?
Yeah.
I could have. You would have to download a different browser in order to bypass that paywall.
Let me see.
I could send you a recommendation.
Yeah, send me a recommendation. But in any case, hopefully it doesn't pop up again. Now, this article, there it is. It tried to pop up. Wait, it tried to. But in any case, no. Well, you know what you can do. I can keep this article open, but you can go through it if you don't mind. Read some of it for us. Can you do that?
Gotcha. Let me pull it up. Yep.
Yeah. That might be better. Then I can just leave this image up as it is, and we take it from there. I'm curious what's in the article actually. And matter of fact, you know what I can do? I can also ask with this. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT also, not ChatGPT, Gemini.
Well, I think it points to a lot of the reasons why Hakeem was being so sedated the other night in that interview, where they were trying to find out what are you working on, what's going on, and apparently it was this.
I think it's I guess it was, bro. And I wouldn't advise anyone to not speculate. Take a guess. What is it? Because it's not like they're being forthright about what they talked about. So that means people are right to assume, guess, or extract whatever they want from it. Essentially, that's all people are left to do when you don't go outside and do things publicly and explain stuff to people. But here, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Jared Kushner, an informal advisor of the son-in-law to President Donald Trump. Oh, former advisor and son-in-law. I'm sorry. Right. He's the son-in-law. Held a private meeting in New York City. According to reporting from New York Times. Right. That was the New York Times article we were looking at. And the Associated Press. The discussion served a few specific purposes. Stated agenda. According to the public accounts, Kushner requested the meeting to discuss potential areas of bipartisan common ground, specifically focusing on housing. Right. So nothing about Israel, huh? This is bullshit. You know, why would they want to talk about housing, immigration, and the rising cost of living when Trump doesn't? That don't make no damn sense. Like, and what is Trump supposed to think of this? So either they're trying to undermine Trump's policy, right? His own views on these things, or this is not about what they say it is. Exploring cooperation ahead of the midterms. With Democrats positioned as strong contenders to retake the House majority of November midterm elections, right? That's around the corner, just 1 month from now, which would make Jeffries the Speaker of the House. The meeting signaled an effort by the White House orbit to build early channels of communication with Democratic leadership. During the discussion, Kushner reportedly suggested that Jeffries follow up on the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. Yeah. Anyway, bad men move in silence. So whatever this is about, they ain't gonna tell you. Maybe it's about 10% of this existing relationship. The two men previously established working ties during the first Trump administration. Blah blah. So this is just verbatim what we already heard. Same thing, same shit. You know, nothing different.
I was on mute this whole time. I do have the article pulled up. It does cover exactly what you said.
Okay.
But I can read it from the top. It just says. Jeffries and Kushner meet privately as midterm attacks fly. President Trump's son-in-law and the man in line to be Speaker of a Democratic-led House discuss Democrats and the administration could work together.
Okay.
Representatives Hakeem Jeffries, Democrat of New York, and the minority leader met privately in recent weeks with Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, and top outside advisor and discuss potential areas of common ground. According to 5 people with knowledge of the meeting, the rare engagement was held in a private space in New York City, offered up by a mutual friend of the two men, according to 2 people with knowledge of the meeting and a third who was briefed on it. They and others were granted anonymity to discuss a meeting about which they were not authorized to speak publicly. Through aides, neither man would comment on the secession, and which was described by one person with knowledge of it as a broad conversation on a range of topics. Still, its timing underscored that those around Mr. Trump were well aware of the likelihood of a Democratic-led House and trying to foster as much of a working relationship as possible before any change. Mr. Jeffries is in line to be the Speaker were Democrats to win the majority. Democrats and the president have been savaging each other on the campaign trail with increasing fury as the midterm elections approach and as Republicans are fighting to retain their thin House and Senate majorities. Mr. Trump has called Jeffries a thug and at May campaign event referred to him as low IQ person who had inspired him to deride Democrats as dummycrats.
You know,
Mr. Jeffries routinely go ahead.
He should use that as fuel to really play Trump mentally, like just to make him whatever it is he wants, figure out what he wants and pretend like you're going to give it to him and just don't give it to him. That's how you deal with somebody like that. Yeah, manipulate him. Right? He wanted to insult you on the world stage. Okay, well then, are you coming back now? Well, yeah, I'll be your friend. Yeah, sure. What do you need? Yep. Oh, okay. I'm gonna send my assistant over there right away, sir. Right away. And then just, oops, sorry, I forgot. I'll be right on it again tomorrow. Just, oops, sorry, I had my cat threw up. Had to clean it up. Sorry. Next day, had to pick up my kid from school. whatever. Just like, no, I would never do that to you, Mr. Trump. Yeah, fuck him. Anyway, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Continue.
Mr. Jeffries routinely suggested that Mr. Trump is not only extreme but corrupt, vowing that Democrats would hold the crooks accountable if they won. Remember what I told you about investigations in the House and Senate, right?
Right. Yeah. True.
The private get-together was described by one of the people as a catch-up for Kushner and Jeffries. The two men have stayed in touch since they worked together on a criminal justice bill midway through Trump's first term. During the recent meeting, the pair discussed housing, immigration, and the high cost of living as a potential areas of common ground. Mr. Kushner suggested that Jeffries should meet with the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, which you mentioned. Two people with knowledge of the meeting said the likelihood of any compromise between the White House and Democrats on those issues seems remote. Mr. Trump this year refused to sign a bipartisan housing bill in part because he said it would Warren-centric. It was Warren-centric. So Elizabeth Warren.
Right,
So
okay.
Warren-centric. Referring to the Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts, its top Democratic champion. And he has repeatedly expressed openness to a deal with Democrats on immigration, only to back away from any such agreement. He successfully lobbied Republicans to abandon a bipartisan border security bill in 2020.
Hold on. Say that part again so the maggots can hear it.
He successfully lobbied Republicans to abandon a bipartisan security bill in 2024.
Yes, he
which we
did.
mentioned here before. You've mentioned it. White House officials.
Was it regarding
and
immigration?
Yes.
Exactly. Motherfucker didn't want. So these maggots, man, that it's they're not serious about immigration. But go ahead.
No, they're
not. He actually got James Langford, a senator, I believe, Tennessee, to vote against his own bipartisan immigration legislation.
Damn. That's deep. That sounds like Hakeem not voting, not pushing his own healthcare initiative. It's crazy. People do strange things when they want power, bro.
There you go, right?
Yeah, just
Power isn't always in the form of money. It just sometimes rhymes in the form of money. But the White House officials and aide to Mr. Kushner did not respond to messages seeking comments. In a statement, Mr. Jeffries did not acknowledge the meeting, but suggested that the only way Democrats would cut a deal with the administration would be if Republicans were willing to come their way on cost of living issues, his party's top priority. Throughout this Congress.
But that's not going to happen, Michael.
I mean, I highly doubt it, right? I think affordability was a Democratic hoax, right?
That's what they say. That's what Trump said.
Right?
That's what the maggots say.
Yeah, they seem to be unwilling to fund any social programs.
Yep.
All right, continue.
And I'll continue. Through this Congress, Republicans have adopted a my way or the highway approach to governing that has failed the American people, he said. This is Jeffries. He added, in every conversation that we have with the Trump administration, we will continue to make it explicitly clear that affordability crisis is not a hoax and nothing short of transformational policy change is acceptable. We are fighting for an affordable America. The question is whether Republicans will join us. Mr. Kushner, who worked as a senior West Wing advisor in President Trump's first term, is no longer formally part of Trump's government. He has been deeply involved in the president's effort to resolve the war with Iran and that Mr. Trump began, to enforce a ceasefire in Gaza, to bring an end to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and he and Mr. Jeffries also met last year, according to two people with knowledge of that conversation. The meeting came as nearly all polls revealed Republicans to be at a disadvantage in the midterms and showed how members of Mr. Trump's inner circle were digesting what a Democratic majority next year could look like, right? Remember what I said about the investigation?
Right. Yeah.
This is where those actions come into play, right? And so the meeting came as should that happen, Mr. Jeffries would be under intense pressure from progressives to use his power as a check on Mr. Trump's including on Mr. Trump, including throughout aggressive oversight. Mr. Kushner is frequently consulted by a number of Trump advisors, and he has told people that if anything bipartisan is to get done with Congress, Mr. Jeffries is the most serious person among Democratic leaders. Mr. Wiles, he has said, is the most serious inside the West Wing, which means that obviously the Republicans, well, Kushner in particular, because this is Kushner,
Right.
Kushner believes that Jeffries is the most serious about
That's what he says.
having bipartisan talks, right?
It's obviously a bullshit statement.
There we go,
come on,
right?
what the fuck?
It's most definitely a bullshit statement. And again, what the Times lightly highlights is the fact that
He's willing to
Democrats
kiss a little
are-
ass publicly just to make it just to make everyone else rationalize with him speaking to Jeffries, because really they're a bunch of bigots. I mean, they cut Democrats out of everything, right?
Well, I mean,
so now
I'm given no concessions to Democrats, right? None at all.
they ethnically made fun of Jeffries ethnically.
Yeah.
Ethnically.
It seems like they're stringing him along.
Yeah, or they're stringing the American people along, because if you think that first of all, it's giving people an agency to be able to say, well, you know what, maybe they should meet. Oh, fuck no, he doesn't mean that statement about Jeffries. These people insult the man every day. So what, save your polite, save your new discovery of how competent Jeffries is. Save that shit for your fucking self. Like, move to Gaza and stay there.
Jared hasn't been appointed to anything. He hasn't been elected to anything.
Yeah.
So why isn't Hakeem, asking him hard questions like, why are you so involved?
Yeah, he should ask him, what is this, a joke? They sent you a joke? That's what he should have said. Like, who the fuck
And also,
yeah, go ahead.
let's keep in mind the fact that, there's no need for him if Democrats are expected to take the House and Senate, what is the need to reach over the aisle right now? Right? And it's because I thought that Democrats were all socialist and communist. What happened to that rhetoric? Right? So now we bargain with socialist and communists, right? So which one is it? Right? Because that's where I get upset.
They bargain. Well, what they like to do is they do it this way. They insult you as long as they have the power. As soon as they start to lose some power, then they want to come back and apologize after they've already insulted you, harmed you, done everything to hurt everyone, destroy everything. Then they want to come back and talk nice. Nobody should bipartisan. Yeah, and be bipartisan. Nobody should accept this fucking shit. Like, no.
At all. Yeah, and in the meantime, how many Republican-run businesses are relying on communists in China to make their goods?
Exactly. And they got the nerve to call somebody in America a communist because you want affordable child care for every American citizen. Like, since when is wanting shit for American citizens not the fucking hallmark of goddamn patriotism? Like, what the fuck?
You're right.
Like, and they call you a communist for being a patriot, for caring about other citizens. They call you a communist for that? Like,
apparently the whole party
and Nixon, pardon, Nixon, a Republican, sent your manufacturing jobs to China, and a lot of that was because Kissinger recommended to him that it was the best system and the cheapest system to get the best goods, and we should just be doing better things.
Which obviously in turn killed our infrastructure, right? Because we no longer depended on manufacturing from inside the country. But also with that said, I'm hoping again, this is where hopefully my thinking cap tries to come on. Hopefully he's not capitulating. Hopefully he is reaching across the aisle to be an effective majority leader, right? To pass as many bills as possible, even though I think it's disingenuous because Kushner is in an unofficial role, but also the son-in-law of the current president. Do we think that he's going to allow that he's going to go to Republicans and say, hey, let's have them open investigations on Kushner, on Ivanka, on Trump Jr., everyone around Trump, do we think that he's going to work, that Jeffries is now going to work in a bipartisan way to open up these investigations? Because I don't believe that that's the case, right? Not when you meet with a Jared Kushner.
Okay, right.
Yeah, I think maybe Nancy Pelosi would have done that. But that's the thing, is that's why we need to get, someone else maybe in Hakeem's position, that's much younger, that's much tougher, that's going to take on these things.
Well, let's remind people of what was said about this and why it's so controversial, or one of the reasons. All right, Jared Kushner, his involvement around Gaza centers around the public statements, strategic proposals, and White House planning concepts. Waterfront property comments, 2024. In an interview at Harvard University Middle East Initiative, Kushner publicly praised the commercial potential of Gaza's coastline. He noted that Gaza's waterfront property could be very valuable if managed as a business development, suggesting that Israel clear out the civilian population to Negev, a desert, or Egypt while it cleans up the area. People see this as synonymous with genocidal planning with Trump and Israel's actions towards Palestinians in Gaza. Okay. Project Sunrise, the new Gaza master plans. Kushner and a team of advisors drafted a multi-billion-dollar redevelopment plan presented under names like Project Sunrise, New Gaza, for rebuilding post-war Gaza. The proposal featured high-rise apartment towers, Mediterranean promenades, tech hubs, and luxury beachside resorts along with the Gaza coast. I mean, what's so interesting about these types is they show you everything that they're thinking and doing right up front. Board of Peace presentations. Working alongside U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff and President Donald Trump, Kushner helped present these visions slides to foreign officials and donors. He's planning the removal of Palestinians from Gaza. For a goddamn, what is this? For a beachside fucking luxury housing and shit. A beachside resort. Board of Peace. Okay. Look. Kushner helped present these visions slides for foreign slides, like on a projector, to foreign officials and donors, promoting the idea of turning the region into a glitzy resort or Riviera by monetizing the majority of the coastline. And Hakeem Jeffries meets with this guy. That's stupid. That's stupid. That is stupid. That on the international stage, that is stupid. That's stupid for him to do that as a Democratic leader. I think that's stupid. Yeah, very simple. They can communicate without having a meeting.
Yep.
What's the fucking point in the meeting? That was dumb. If you ask me, that was dumb of Hakeem. But listen, let's go. I want to see what's happening.
I do have more of the article. Do you want me to continue?
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry about that. Go ahead. Yep. Continue.
No, yeah. I'll run through it really quick.
Yeah.
So it says, but with Republicans in control of both chambers, Mr. Trump has mostly steered, and Congress in his second term, trampling its powers and progenitives. He has faced little pushback from GOP leaders. Should Democrats win the House, Mr. Jeffries would have to balance the need to keep the government funded with Democratic calls to defy Mr. Trump at every turn, and possible pleas to impeach him for a third time. Mr. Jeffries and Mr. Trump have danced around questions about what their relationship could look like next year should Democrats take control. I think he's a nice guy, Mr. Trump told Punchbowl News in a recent interview when asked about Mr. Jeffries. I'd probably get along with him very well. Mr. Trump.
He talks just like Trump, like the older Trump.
No.
Like the same kind of mental bullshit.
This is Trump talking about Jeffries.
Right? Oh, this is
I think
Trump.
He's a nice guy.
Oh, now. He flipped the script?
Yeah. Yes. I think he's a nice guy. In a recent interview, I think he's a nice guy. I think he's a nice guy.
So
Mr. Trump told Punchbowl News.
So if Trump said that, it's about saving his own ass. Very simple.
There we go.
Yeah, but they all
Right?
have different reasons. It's for more than one reason. That's for
Right.
sure. It's for
It all
Israel. It's for
depends on-
Trump's ass.
It all depends on who he's talking to.
And they want to know in advance. Like, that's the thing about it. Like, they want to know in advance early, and they go into Hakeem. That's like saying you're our boy.
Yep.
Straight
That's
up.
why they call him APAC Jeffries.
And
But it says
yeah.
to circle back, I think he's a nice guy, Mr. Trump told Punchbowl News in a recent interview when asked about Mr. Jeffries. I'd probably get along with him very well. Mr. Trump pointed to a meeting with Mr. Jeffries in the Oval Office
That's
last
not
fall.
good. That's not good.
It's not.
He got along with Jeffrey Epstein really well.
Yes, he did. The only one they have had. Okay. Trump pointed to a meeting with Mr. Jeffries in the Oval Office last fall. The only one they have had in his second term, and described it as a positive one. In fact, during that meeting, which was billed as a bid to avert a government shutdown, the president positioned hats with Trump 2028 logo directly in front of Mr. Jeffries and Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the minority leader, trolling Democrats with the suggestion that he would run for a third term in violation of the Constitution. Afterward,
I remember
Mr.
that.
Trump posted, yep,
Horrible
I do too.
meeting. Yeah.
Afterward, Mr. Trump posted an AI-generated meme of a mustachioed Mr. Jeffries wearing a sombrero, drawing an angry response from the House Minority Leader, who called the image racist and dared Mr. Trump to insult him next time to my face. Soon after the meeting, the government shutdown began. This year, Mr. Jeffries has remained non-committal about any plans to pursue a third impeachment of the president, and has not discussed publicly what oversight could look like if his party were to win the majority. We've not ruled out anything and not ruled anything out in terms of accountability, he told the New York Times in an interview last month, noting that his focus would be on forcing out major Trump officials. We've got to make sure we continue to get rid of toxic Trump cabinet secretaries, he said. Pete Hegseth, in my view, should be next on the list. That's where it ends.
Okay. Well, that that was good to get that out there. Some qualifiers, and just to make sure everybody's got a well-rounded understanding of what could be happening there in that meeting. And it seems like it's multiple things.
I just feel like they don't need him. You know, even though it's close in the House and all that kind of stuff. You know, in the past when they even had bigger majorities, but even though it's so close, he's just got such a big stranglehold on that Republican base that it's like he doesn't really even need, the Democrat House votes for almost anything. And I think he knows that he can get away with it. So he just really kind of, he kind of doesn't really give Hakeem much credit or much respect.
Right. Exactly. And if I was Hakeem, I wouldn't tell them the truth about what I would be thinking. I would not do them any favors though, and I would play the game, keep my cards tight, but I would play them to fuck them over. Like, at some point, you got to draw the line. You have to let them know that I'm doing this personally. I don't like what you stand for. Like, at some point, you have to let it be known you're real and you're
right.
And I think right about now, nobody needs to be standing down. Like, this guy wants to fucking stop the elections from happening, bro.
Yep.
Like, you
Right,
can't
but
work
he's
with
almost
somebody like that.
He's almost like the liberals on the Supreme Court. You know, if he loses the vote in the House, he just almost can't do anything. It's the nature of the system. So I feel like until he becomes House leader or speaker, he is just, his power is just a fraction,
It's minimized.
of
Yeah,
what it could be.
Yeah, that's true.
But B,
go ahead.
B, what do you think about, how do you think the Republican base is going to react if Trump now changes his tune with a potential loss in majority in both the House and Senate. How do you think that if Trump were to change his rhetoric, right? He's calling Jeffries a nice guy and that we'd get along really well. Now he's changing his whole tune.
Right.
How do you think his MAGA base is going to take that from such harsh rhetoric and radicalization? How do you think they'll take that? I'm curious on your thoughts.
You mean how do I think they will take Trump talking? Oh no, not Trump, but his tone changing towards
his tone
towards the Democrats,
Democrats and Jeffries in respect. But go ahead.
I think it's more like cognitive dissonance that they will experience. Like I don't think they will wake up. I think they will just find a reason why they can now abandon Trump, but the real Messiah has come, and it's in the form of this other person. You know, like I think I think that's how they will deal with it. I think maybe there's a small percentage of them that will see the light and they will be like, wait a minute, enough is enough. Like, are you telling me that this man was really a con? Am I that stupid? There will be maybe 10% of the people that see that, but I think there's a more significant number that just wants to be converted to a new form of culture. You know.
It's almost worse because they start to double and triple and quadruple down on the lies.
They just need a new cult leader. That's all.
Right.
You know?
And start making bigger excuses.
Yeah. As long as the cult leader advances the same talking points like immigrants, constantly immigrants, never health care, you know, that's communism. It's going to be someone that is pure, that can seem pure. Because that's what they go for. A phony that seems pure. Right. So that person has to continue. That's the magic thing about MAGA. If you talk religion and if you talk bigotry and if you talk misogyny and you talk patriotism in your own little weird way, you don't have to do anything else. You don't have to do anything.
Okay.
It makes it easy. Makes it easy. That's what I
agree
think.
to an extent, but I honestly don't. I don't know. I think Trump.
True.
Because you know why? Look, Trump is really an anomaly. Like he is an anomaly. You know, I've never seen another Republican leader aside from maybe Reagan that has been able to rally a base so much. We didn't see that in George Bush. We didn't see that in George Bush Sr. or Jr. Right? Like Trump. Like his whole movement is solely based around him. I think it'll be really hard to convince his base that someone else is right to take the throne from him, right? And I do think he's that narcissistic that he's not willing to let that image and that power go. Otherwise, I think he would have pushed that narrative already with a Marco Rubio or a JD Vance, right? I think he would have already said, I'm backing this person for 2028 versus saying Trump 2028. You know, not that I disagree. I'm just curious as to how they're gonna, you know, choose the next person, and can that person assume the same charisma? Because at the end of the day,
they might choose one of his sons. They might choose one of his sons. You know?
Exactly. But he's got to pick Donnie Jr.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You know, it's going to be somebody like his son. And that's what's taking him so long. That's to me, that's got to be the reason why he's not endorsing JD Vance yet or Marco Rubio, because in his mind he's really thinking about his son, and it's going to be the one that don't have the drug problem, basically. You know, essentially.
We're gonna have to go with Eric.
Yeah, because you can't be spazzing out and shit just because you high. Well, you got to actually show up to places. You can't be rubbing your nose. You can say crazy shit, but you can't be like, and ask me another one. You can't be like that on TV. It's like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? But definitely it's nepotism. It's nepotism. Whatever's taking Trump so long to endorse somebody, nepotism is likely. You know, he's a malignant narcissist. That's what people are saying. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but it seems like it, right? Who knows? I can't guarantee it, but it seems like.
Do you still have that video? Do you still have that video of Donnie Jr. doing Colombian marching powder at the UFC event?
Yeah. Oh, wow. That was a whole show. I think just that one clip was played like 1 million times to end up in a 6 hour video.
Yeah, like he couldn't wait.
In slow motion too. Like we even compared the shape of it like I've seen this before. That's exactly what you see in the clubs, motherfucker. I know what that is. Little plastic. You can't fool me. That was somebody selling little plastic Coke bag and shit. Like, what the fuck? That's even worse. And he had them cokey ass fingers. You know what I'm talking about? People that you ever notice that? Like,
it looked like the cover of National Enquirer.
Yes, it looked like a beast opening that baggie up. That wasn't a normal. Those weren't normal fingers. Those fingers had done that a lot. The fingers did that. Have opened many a baggie, plastic bag, and those aren't even like the ones you put weed in. This is like that's how you know it's some weird shit. It's like just plastic that's tied up at the top. That saran wrap plastic. Like, damn, bro, like that.
Cellophane.
Woo, man.
But what about Hunter, who's cleaned himself up? I mean, come on, can't we deflect to him?
He's too sober and also makes too much damn sense. See, he wasn't
he's driving him crazy lately.
He wasn't a dumbass. Hunter Biden's not a dumbass. He just had a drug problem that drug problem people have on the East Coast. People have it on the West Coast. No. People have it in the country. I mean, people fall into it.
His dad was the president. And he decided to have some fun.
Yo, I've had some friends that died. That had drug problems that died. You know what I mean? Not because they. I had one actually. That did OD. Matter of fact, a good friend of mine. He OD'd and big up to rest in peace. I'm not going to say his name publicly, but rest in peace. People that know me know who I'm talking about. He was a pretty good artist, a well-known, excellent artiste. He knows a lot about print too. He's been doing it since he was a kid. His father had a printing press in their basement, like a real one. So a printing shop, you know what I'm saying? But a real printing press, like printing newspaper style press. Like, so he knew a lot about design and he OD'd. And then I had another friend of mine that I think maybe I don't want to say too much, but he died in an incident just somewhere at the wrong time in some place because of drugs. He probably shouldn't have been there. And some things bad happened and he lost his life. You know what I mean? And but I grew up in DC, man. So I've seen, at 15, 13, 14, 15 years old, I know what a fucking crackhead is. You know what I'm saying? In the male and female form, down to the bone. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you see. That's what I saw when I was a teenager. And so I always knew that wouldn't be a drug for me. You know what I mean? I always played it light on things too. Very, very light. You know what I mean? Because of growing up in a heavily drug infested community. Like, drug people come to my community to buy drugs. You know what I mean? Like, and the people from my community sell it. They don't use it. They sell it.
Well, and that's why it's so important to have universal health care. So if anyone gets caught up, they can get treatment.
Exactly.
But I do agree with your assessment, though. I do agree with your assessment of him potentially passing it off to one of his kids, right? Because of his
let's get back on track. Sorry
behavior,
about
that. Because of his narcissistic behavior, and also because he hasn't openly
endorsed
at the
Darlene Cram
anyone,
case.
Right.
Because he hasn't openly endorsed anyone else, right? Because again, I think that's where I think it's on both sides. I think he's only endorsed himself, right? Trump 2028, even though we know that's unconstitutional. But I do think that obviously the Democrats haven't projected their nominee for the 2028 candidacy,
right?
And I think if he's gonna continue to push Trump 2028, it would only mean that potentially putting up one of his kids. And I do think that, for the next few months, maybe we should be a little bit more aware as to which one of his sons are being groomed to be in the spotlight a bit more, right? Because we haven't seen any of his sons have extensive media training where they're just open in conversation to media in general. They don't really speak publicly on that note. So it'd be interesting to see going forward which one of his sons starts to step up and starts to take questions from the media, maybe be more visible when it comes to being around politicians, right?
Yeah.
I think that's something that we could look out for in the next few months, especially after the midterms and closer towards that 2028 presidential candidacy, right? And
I
then
think they're going to break
I
up. I think there's going to be a breakup between this Republican Party, but I think Trump's idea himself is his kids. I think that might split the Democratic Party. So then you'll probably have J.D. Vance and Rubio,
the Republican,
running against Trump's son. Some shit like that. Like, seriously, man.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be like that.
I agree.
They may even try to run as independents. You never know. Like, because when you figure out you can just throw a bunch of money into the system and it gives you an advantage, when you figure out you can hire troll farms with just money, when you figure out the news agencies will work with you because of money, once you figure that out, it's hard to let it go. It's hard to put it down. You know what I'm saying? So I don't.
But
know.
are there any rules anymore? I mean, everything Trump's done is illegal and unconstitutional, according to judges in a court of law. So in terms of running for president again, I just feel like could Mom Donnie? Are there really any rules anymore?
True. That's what I'm saying. So I think once you figure that out, that there's not a lot of rules, and you have a lot of money, and you already been on the inside of Trump's cabinet, knowing how things work, I think that's hard to let go of. So he has 2 sons. He has 3 sons. There 3 of them are not likely to think exactly the same, right? So they probably think differently from each other. So that tells me that one of them is probably seriously thinking about that. Like, one likely is. And that's probably the one that stays the most out of the spotlight.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would be thinking. He has like 2 older sons, right? One of them is Eric, right?
Eric,
and he's the cokehead allegedly, right?
Don Jr.
He likes small white baggies, and then there's Don Jr. Yeah, there's the small white baggy man. Yeah, cokey fingers. We have him, and then we have I say it that way because people battle with coke that way. Like, it's hard. Yeah. It's hard to just put down.
These kids lived a good part of their lives overseas, and in terms of the immigration thing, if there's anybody that's immigrants, it's them.
Oh, there's some. Yeah, that is true. We're gonna see. We're gonna find out. Were any of them born in the U.S.? Because if they're not born in the U.S.,
all of them were born in the U.S.
They did. They did that. They made sure they did that. So the anchors,
of course,
anchor babies.
All right. Take the word right out my mouth. Anchors.
Yeah. All right, but let's listen to. I want to see what Sabi's breakdown of this was. I know she said. Let me see. She did a brief breakdown of Hakeem. But let me see where is. Okay, I see. This is
everyone's scratching their heads about Hakeem right now. Like, is he going to help the Democrats or not?
Right. Yeah, it's hard to know with Hakeem, but I would say this: for a big part of the Democratic Party, that was a stupid move, and they should take. No matter what Hakeem thinks, he should be cautious. Even if someone disagrees with him, they can, even if he doesn't agree with them, they can affect you. So that part of the Democratic Party that is not in love with Israel can affect you. Like that's well known now. So that's why I think it was stupid for him to have a meeting with Kushner openly. They can write to each other, but just strategy wise, I think that was that was a step too far. He might come to regret it.
Yeah, it's a huge miscalculation. I think if the Democrats do take back the House, they might decide to pick someone else.
They might. And that's if people vote, because people are not going to stop with this Israeli thing. Like, they're not going to stop. That's not disappearing. That's only going to get bigger. So, do you want a repeat of 2024 Democrats? Is that what you want?
And I ultimately think that
because that can happen in 2028. Yeah.
He was not aware. I mean, this is what investigative journalism is, right? To be able to note that two high public officials, politicians, essentially, or connected to politicians, are meeting secretly. This is a secret meeting. We weren't supposed to know about this. All right, let's remember that.
Another failure.
We were not supposed to know about this.
Yeah, another failure. Just failure from the start. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So I think that that's something that, when we look at, if I'm not mistaken, he failed in his attempts to sue the New York Times. If I'm not mistaken, there was a lawsuit
about this meeting.
No, about just New York Times and Trump in general.
Oh yeah, he just did. That's true. He did.
If I'm not mistaken, they a judge dropped the case. So I do think that it's not a coincidence that now they're putting their investigative journalists, onto the Trump bandwagon in terms of highlighting any type of negative or news in general that's going to come out of the Trump office, right? So, or the Trump administration, right? So, I think it's kind of the New York Times way of getting back at Trump for the failed lawsuit.
Okay, so that story was broke by the New York Times.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that's interesting. Also, yeah. Okay, we're gonna see. Yeah. Let me see here. Trump knows he will. Cranky Mullet says civil war won't happen. Yeah, but I don't know if civil war will happen. I don't think so. But I don't think Americans should. I don't think the left should be afraid of civil war at all. I think it's the right that should be afraid of that. Like, they need to learn to pick up a map and look at how the continent is connected. Look at a map and see the East Coast. We can get anything we want just with boats, motherfucker. All right? And so can the West Coast, okay? We don't need the highway, bitch. You need the fucking highway. Okay, so just when it comes to a civil war, don't expect us to not be smart about it. Not know what roads to hit, bitch. This is going to be brains over power, but it's going to be a combination. It's going to definitely have some power. Then how you going to stop the guns from coming? How you going to stop anybody from giving us guns, bitch? You don't control the seas, right? And you don't control the motherfucking Canadian border to the U.S., motherfucker. Like, so, they better wake up. You know what I'm saying? They better wake up fast. Listen, just in case for the dumb maggots out there, a whole lot of people want the United States broken up into little pieces. So don't push it. Okay? Don't push it. Okay? Because they're going to be sending crates and crates of fucking weapons like you never imagined overnight. If they ever thought there would be a side they could support in a civil war. Like, they better keep it real.
They forgot that they lost the first civil war, right?
And you lost that.
I guess they don't know history.
Exactly. But in any case,
yeah, we're gonna build a wall around California. They can be part of Mexico.
I want to build a wall around red states. Anybody who want to continue to be anything, if you don't come out saying fuck Trump, a wall needs to be built around you. You need to be isolated.
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck building a wall to isolate me.
Around Trump's mouth.
Yeah, let's just build a wall around them. Fuck around building a wall around us. Build a wall around them. Corner their ass in so they can't move or do anything. You just keep building that wall, bitch, and see how it turns out. We will build the last part that just locks you in. How about that? What the fuck? Anyway, let's see what Sabby got to say here about this with Hakeem.
Yes, it's propaganda. This is what they do. And they're doing it because when you have something like this, Hakeem Jeffries and Jared Kushner meet privately as midterm attacks fly. President Trump's son-in-law and the man in line to be Speaker of the Democrat-led House discuss how Democrats and the administration could work together. First of all, that's bullshit. And let me explain to you what that really means. All right, let's put these fools up on the screen. Peep this, fam.
Damn, I like how Sabby sounded, bro. She's on point.
James Lee put out a video recently. You should watch it. The title of that video is Jared Kushner Mossad? Watch it. Jared Kushner is a private citizen. Jared Kushner is not a government official. How does Jared Kushner get to so quickly meet with Hakeem Jeffries,
Facts.
but Hakeem Jeffries is not willing to meet with some of the members of his own party?
Yes, that's a very rational question. I want to hear that one again. Very plain, straight up the middle.
How does Jared Kushner get to so quickly meet with Hakeem Jeffries, but Hakeem Jeffries is not willing to meet with some of the members of his own party?
Whether he is Mossad or not, that question still applies, right? Even if you remove the Mossad thing, just think about that. You could be on the left and get it and have a very hard time getting an endorsement or a meeting with Hakeem Jeffries, yet he goes and he meets with Jared Kushner, and he's not even a fucking government official. He's not even a cabinet member of Trump's. Like, what's up with this? Like, it basically is screaming Mossad for those rational reasons. Like, yeah, he's not a government official. He's not even in Trump's cabinet. So why is he the one meeting them? Well, the obvious connection is he got a connection with Israel. That's gotta be it, because obviously someone better can do it in your cabinet if it's something like healthcare, la la la. I mean, it's just. Anyway, that was a great question to ask.
Get to so quickly meet with Hakeem Jeffries, but Hakeem Jeffries is not willing to meet with some of the members of his own party. You see this here? There is no working together. They didn't get together and say, let's collaborate on how we can help things. It's bullshit. Let me tell you what it really means. What this means is that when the vote is cast for Hakeem Jeffries to be Speaker of the House, he is not going to be the actual speaker. Hakeem Jeffries will be the puppet. He's the face. The real Speaker of the House will be Jared Kushner. He's the one behind the curtain that'll be pulling the strings. This is how big money and power works. Both of these two are Zionists. If Jared Kushner pulls you aside and has a meeting with you, it's not for the benefit of the working class. This man is trying to take away land all across the country. So it's not for the benefit of the workers. It's for control. Jared Kushner is meeting with Hakeem Jeffries because he's going to be the one to tell Hakeem, don't you bring that bill to the floor for a vote. Anything that has to do with Israel, it better be a yes. And if it's uncertain, don't bring it there. Oh, they want to entertain Medicare for all bill. Don't you bring that to the floor for a vote, or you're out of there. I'll see it that you lose your reelection and you will no longer be Speaker of the House and your political career will be done. These are the conversations that happen behind the scenes. You can't play me, Hakeem. You can't fool me. This is exactly why, and I said it back then, and I stand on it now. This is exactly why Hakeem Jeffries should have been removed. This is exactly why he should have had a fucking challenger. He should have had several challengers going against him. So when AOC tells you, I'm working with Hakeem because he promised to do something for housing, Hakeem ain't doing what you want to do, AOC. Hakeem is going to do what Mr. Kushner tells him to. He don't work for you. He works for him. Regardless of the party. Now I'm going to sit back and I'm going to wait and I'm going to see how many people still try to run cover for Hakeem and make an excuse as to why he needs to be there. I'm going to wait. And if you come to me with, well, he's black and could be the first black speaker, get out of my face. That's a wrap. Jared Kushner will be the Speaker of the House. You can meet with him, but you can't meet with your own constituents. You can meet with him, but you can't meet with the members who just beat out the Zionists. Oh, I ain't got time. My schedule's kind of hectic. Let's make a hip hop holiday. This is how it works. Hakeem Jeffries is going to be doing the bidding of the Trump administration to make it look fair. They're going to let him slide with some things to make it look like it's actually a fight. There is no fight. He's not against him. He's with him. And you pass that on to your friends. They're on the same team. A lot of people are attacking Hakeem right now on social media, and rightfully so. I don't say this often. I'm saying it now. I told you so. All the people who tried to give credit. So when you see the media that's taking place, when you see the way corporate media is going after Angie Nixon, when you see the way that this group just pops up out of nowhere saying Democrats for Mike Rogers, this is all coordinated. All of it. What you should be asking is, if you ever speak to Hakeem, what have you done for me lately? The answer is nothing. And that tells you everything you need to know. Hey guys, this was...
Yo, that was pretty interesting. I mean, her perspective, of course, for me, you know, I think it's very important to be able to have like 2 or 3 different tracks running at the same time. You know, like an investigator more than a person taking a position. Of course, at some point, everybody got to take a position, and you got to take a position when you're most comfortable with it. But I think people just have to, the best way I would say is, number one train of thought. It's possible that everything she is saying is 100% as it is. Like, it's actually that it could be that obvious and that simple, right? Not to make it sound like that's an insult. No, I mean, it could be straight up in your face. It could be this obvious, right? But then I also keep in mind, it could also be just how that system works. It is already dealing with a lot of corruption. First of all, you know, where is it necessarily that Hakeem would play a game and, you know, lie to everyone and make it pretend like, yeah, we're working to get housing. Yeah, we're working to get health care. But then Jared Kushner would have that much play over Hakeem Jeffries and the American people. Is it that simple? I'm not really sure myself, but I think it's possible to keep both tracks in mind and consider them both, you know, because it could be true too, you know. But I'm not one that myself, I don't come to conclusions very quickly. I'm not saying Sabby did. I just mean myself. Like, I usually take my time and I do as much as I can do without claiming to have possibly maybe even coming to a complete conclusion on what my views are, you know. But damn, I mean, that breakdown is very compelling. It's very, very compelling. Now, the main thing is that she said one thing off the top. Let me see here. Let me go back to that. Let me see. What was that statement? It was this one. Here we go.
This is another person I point to, another politician who is basically a Republican with a D in front of their name. She's a plant. And now she has this coalition where she said, we are Democrats for Mike Rogers. She's not a Democrat. Don't fall for this. It's propaganda. This is what they do. And they're doing it because when you have something like this, Hakeem Jeffries and Jared Kushner meet privately as midterm attacks fly. President Trump's son-in-law and the man in line to be Speaker of the Democrat-led House discuss how Democrats and the administration could work together. First of all, that's bullshit. And let me explain to you what that really means. All right, let's put these fools up on the screen. Peep this, fam. James Lee put out a video recently. You should watch it. The title of that video is Jared Kushner Mossad? Watch it. Jared Kushner is a private citizen. Jared Kushner is not a government official. How does Jared Kushner get to so quickly meet with Hakeem Jeffries, but Hakeem Jeffries is not willing to meet with some of the members of his own party?
I think right
You see
there,
this here?
I think that is the most compelling thing right there to figure out. Like, it is definitely true that that meeting was able to happen, but it's not even able to happen with the people on the left in his own party. So right off the bat, there's something not good about that. There's something fractured. It doesn't matter what it is necessarily, because, you know, it's going to come. It's going to reveal itself at some point, but that exposes a flaw, and whatever it is that's going on, that exposes a flaw, because you can meet with the left and the right, but he chose to not meet with the left and distance himself, but he's willing to meet with these people. And Jared Kushner, make no mistake about it, he is pretty much the epitome of what folks call a genocider. Like, he's behind the scenes working that Gaza Strip luxury retreat hotel, you know, beach resort thing. Like, literally. So, I mean, it's not like, you know, he have personal stock in it, personal, assets in it. You know, he wants to acquire it for business purposes. I mean, so you can't necessarily say that about somebody else in the U.S. administration, but he's not in the administration, but he has been doing that. That's what he's been planning. He's been having meetings with administration officials and government officials on both sides, Israelis, U.S., and others, right? So I think that statement right there carries weight. Just this one alone is good enough for me.
Title of that video is Jared Kushner Mossad? Watch it. Jared Kushner is a private citizen. Jared Kushner is not a government official. How does Jared Kushner get to so quickly meet with Hakeem Jeffries, but Hakeem Jeffries is not willing to meet with some of the members of his own party?
I think that's it right there. And I think that's as far as, for me, that's as far as I need to go to know that whatever it is, it's not right. Whatever it is, it's not right. I would be looking for Hakeem Jeffries to make ties with the left in his own party before he is in a hurry to meet with a Jared Kushner or with anyone on the right to do any of these things at this point. Why are you going to wait till before? And think about this. Even if you made some negotiation to give people something before the midterm, aren't you just a puppet for them, helping them? No, vote their fucking asses out. Make your own deals when you don't need them anymore. That's what has to happen now. Now it's too close to the fucking midterms. You shouldn't be making deals with them. That should have been the top of the year to avert all of this disaster. Not before fucking election, just because it's convenient for everybody to be able to say, look at what we've done. We've done something. So I also think that that's very shady. I don't think it's genuine. I don't think it has a genuine look. Look, when a Canadian PM wants to come out and talk, you don't hear them talking so cryptidly. You don't hear that. They come out, they speak, they tell you what they think, and they let you know whether they like you or don't like you, and then they go home. You know, American people, we have to guess what's going on with our officials. There's no clear indication where they fucking stand, you know? And that's going to be the downfall of our country, man. We don't know that we're supposed to stand with American people first. We don't know that things like healthcare, housing, education, those are pillars in Western society. Like, you can't expect to do anything good if you're not securing those things for American citizens. Like, what is your government for if it's not making sure that reality happens for all citizens? Sure, you can choose all the best private shit you want if you can afford it, but everyone else should have things guaranteed: education, fair housing, a decent wage, these kind of things, healthcare. They should have that. That's the bare fucking minimum. That's the bare minimum. But our government is very complex. Yo, Michael, you want to say something about that? Like, it's very complex. He's out here meeting with Kushner. Who would imagine that? Like,
exactly, right? And I think, from what we covered before, like I said, I do think that it is heavily involved with Israel and the agenda that Israel wants going forward, because I don't see Jared Kushner being more effective than MAGA Mike Johnson.
Exactly.
What?
Exactly.
What?
Right.
That's where I'm like, come on,
it's very underhanded. And speaking of that, what did MAGA Mike Johnson say about that meeting? Let's look at that.
I don't even know if let's look at that.
No, he said something. Did MAGA Mike Johnson, I wrote MAGA, comment on Kushner? Yeah, Kushner and Hakeem's meeting. I believe he did, and I think he said he wasn't aware of any cabinet something. He made. Oh, okay, here it is. Yes, Speaker Mike Johnson commented publicly on the private meeting between Jared Kushner and the House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. During an interview on Fox News Channel, The Sunday Briefing, Johnson dismissed the significance of the meeting and downplayed Kushner's role in government operations. Minimizing Kushner's influence, Johnson stated that Kushner is hedging his bets and emphasized that he holds no normal position in the White House. So this sounds like there's something not happening right. I don't know what that's about. This is what he said, quote, "I don't know what that's about. I know Jared has interest in lots of other things going on. He's not really directly involved in the administration, at least in the day-to-day in the White House." He sounds like he's covering up for him, right? That statement, if I read it, correctly.
I mean, he sounds like he just made up a bunch of shit just to be able to feel like he's in the know-how, right? Because
right.
Again, this is a private, secret meeting. This is not something that was public,
right?
Right. So he's finding this out most likely through the media, right?
He's good at playing the media, right? He's making up shit he doesn't know about. He's just having something to say, to make it sound like he's in the know, but he may not be. Okay, and then another one says, "I'm telling you what, you better not bet against the House Republicans." What is that? That's a weird, is that projection? Is he trying to say, like, is he trying to combat an idea that there's some division? Is that what he's trying to do in that statement?
I think he's saying that they have power and that the Republicans have the power, and that's most likely the reason, right? Don't discredit the power that Republicans have, and that's most likely the reason why Jeffries is meeting with a person like a Jared Kushner.
Look, it says here, focusing on midterms, Johnson expressed confidence in his party's ability to maintain their House majority, warning against reading too much into outreach ahead of the midterm elections. So he's trying to say this is not about what happens after the Republicans lose power.
Yes,
that's
right,
what he's
and
trying
that they are still likely to retain a majority in the House and Senate, right, and that he'll still be the leader. So Republicans will still be the leader.
So he's out of it. So it is time. Time is ticking. The clock is ticking. Then whatever he says, I'm going to believe the opposite.
I mean, but look at the short statement, right? It's
Yeah.
a very short statement. He has nothing to say because he doesn't know anything,
Right.
right? And the only thing he can do is circle back to the fact that it or insinuate that the meeting didn't have to do with them losing or potentially losing a majority in the House and Senate, right?
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the specifics, right? Because not even Jeffries himself gave specifics, and I think
No.
that's that's unfortunate in the two-party system, right? That we
Sounds very
can't
shady.
depend.
Sounds very
It's
shady.
extreme. It's beyond shady, right?
Yeah, it's shady.
It's purposely shady. Like they are purposely not discussing it
Yeah.
because I'm sure they didn't expect this type of article to come out, right? As ignorant as it sounds, like you guys are two high-profile people. If you think people of the media aren't following you around, that's crazy, right? If you think people in this administration, because clearly, from the article, they had about 5 different individuals, 3 with firsthand knowledge of it that were around the meeting. They spoke to the Times. They didn't have to speak to the Times,
No.
right?
It's true.
They spoke to them and said, "Hey, look, we want to know what's going on. We know that you guys that Jeffries and Kushner met. Do you have any comments?" Well, yeah, I do. This is what it was about. Otherwise, we wouldn't know, right? We would not know because it's behind closed doors, right? It's a confidential conversation. So whoever did tell them that information, they wrote that narrative. They said, "Well, from what it's about housing and being bipartisan." They gave that narrative to us in terms of what they wanted us to know, but we clearly don't know what happened behind those scenes and what was really spoken about, right? And
Facts. We don't know.
this is the we don't, and this is the secretive issue when when politicians expect us to trust them on a two-party system when shit like this happens and they can't even be transparent. They can't.
Oh, right. You're right.
Right?
Yeah. That feeds totally into that theme that they're in it together to scam the people.
Yeah.
Basically.
Right? They're in it together to scam the people, right? And, I think that's the frustration of your average voter. This is why we say vote.org, because we need proper, transparent representation, proper senators and House members who want the public to know what they're doing for the most part. We obviously know there's things behind the scenes that are going to happen on a political level, but for them not to openly meet, they could have openly met. Hey, look, he could have announced it last time he was on Meet the Press. He could have said, "Hey, look, I have intentions of meeting across the aisle with a few Trump, a few people in the Trump administration." Right? I have a few. I plan to meet across the aisle in a bipartisan manner with someone in the Trump administration or who's working with the Trump administration in the future, and openly have this meeting and not discuss it still. They could have had this meeting publicly, with the knowledge, by saying they were going to have this meeting and then come after the meeting and said, "We had a productive conversation. We don't want to talk about it for the sanctity of bipartisanship." They could have done that, but they chose to have this in secret. But go ahead, V.
It's hard to know how to explain it. You know what I mean? Like, how do you explain it? He's not a member of the cabinet. He's not a government official. So what would they be meeting about of any official capacity? So obviously, whatever it is between those two. It's something to do with their unofficial. And Hakeem Jeffries is unofficially the AIPAC leader of the U.S. Congress, right? Of the House Democrats. He's the unofficial. That's an unofficial. He gets money, but he doesn't claim to be a representative of AIPAC. Jared Kushner also, he's not a member of the White House, right, of the cabinet. So what else does he have in it? I mean, he's got real estate in Gaza that he wants. I don't see why it's not that. I don't see why it's not AIPAC orientated. I don't claim to know, but I don't see why it wouldn't be. It's up to them to claim and tell people what it is. It's not up to me to have to tell them what it is, but I can speculate and we can also talk about how it looks. This is the United States of America. We're dealing with serious levels of corruption that supersedes and debilitates democracy, like huge levels of corruption. So, so why wouldn't it be something corrupt? Yeah, that's how I look at it, and it's sad to see. Sad to see maybe Hakeem, because to some level I respect Hakeem Jeffries a lot, but at the end of the day, everybody's replaceable in the government. It doesn't matter, and especially for corruption or anything that's something unpatriotic, right? Something that goes against the ethics of the country. This kind of behavior, the morals and ethics, you can be removed, and so it's not just about, are you a pedophile? It's not just about, are you a woman beater? It's not just about that. It's also about, are you fucking corrupt? Do you take money under the table? Are you working for another government? Are you, are you working for the American people only, or is it something else? There's a lot. There's a lot to it. Yeah, your government is there to serve you. Exactly. That's what it's supposed to be. We're the ones that pay for the government to function. It's supposed to serve us, but somehow in the United States, it's got turned into like we're supposed to serve the government, and they call that capitalism. It's like, okay, sure. But in any case, the last thing I wanted to go over, it's been 3 hours now. It's been a few other things, but I'll be back tomorrow at the same time. But it's this issue with the Supreme Court. Of course, there's more news we could do, but I'm going to cut it short today. But check this out. Check this out. The Supreme Court ruled to help Trump again. It's not the end of the day. It's not the end of the matter, but people would just happen.
Since then, lower courts have blocked it from taking effect. And now we have this breaking news. In March, Donald Trump issued an anti-voting executive order. Since then, lower courts have blocked it from taking effect. And now we have this breaking news from the United States Supreme Court, which has sided with the Trump administration and against free and fair elections. Hi, this is Mark Elias, founder of Democracy Docket, and I'm going to break down the breaking news we are digesting literally right now as I am recording this. But before I get into it, the best way to stay informed about this as it goes through the various twists and turns moving forward is to subscribe to Democracy Docket. So please click on the link in front of you or in the description of this episode, or go to democracydocket.com/YouTube. What we got today was an order from the shadow docket in which the 6 conservatives, it doesn't say which one authored it, but they said that the Trump administration's anti-voting executive order that had been blocked by the lower court in a lawsuit brought by various states should not have been blocked. Essentially, they found that the states that had brought this lawsuit did not have standing and the claims were not ripe for adjudication. So let me just break down what's going on here. In March of this year, Donald Trump issued an executive order that did a few things. The first is it said that the Department of Homeland Security was going to create a master list of citizens who it believed were eligible to vote, and that it would share those with the states. Simultaneous with that, it orders the Department of Justice to take action to criminally prosecute people who are either non-citizens who vote or who knowingly allow non-citizens to vote, which would potentially put in harm's way election officials, state government officials, who would now have to worry that if they made a mistake or if there was an allegation made that somehow a non-citizen had voted, that they could be under investigation or worse. But the part of the executive order that I have focused most on, the part that I want you to pay most close attention to, is a section that said that the U.S. Postal Service is to create a new set of rules for delivering mail ballots. Now, up until now, if a state wants to allow you to vote by mail, they send you a ballot, you fill out the ballot, you mail the ballot back. The Postal Service just carries that ballot, no questions asked. Under this new executive order, the Postal Service was ordered to create a new set of rules that makes it more complicated, that both specifies exactly what ballot envelopes will look like, requires a barcode that is generated, that is unique to the individual voter. But most importantly, it also says that nobody can get a mail-in ballot or deliver it unless they are on an approved list of people submitted by the states in advance to the U.S. Postal Service. This is not just a wild intrusion on state power. It is not just an unconstitutional effort by the President of the United States to force the Postal Service to restrict mail-in voting where the president has no authority. But it's also quite clearly an effort by this administration to get their hands on those lists. Remember, I have been litigating against this Department of Justice. My law firm in that capacity has been fighting the Department of Justice's efforts to get their hands on 30 states' complete unredacted voter files. They want these voter files because once they have them, they will weaponize them in exactly the ways that are probably pretty self-evident to you. Number one, they'll declare that some people on the list shouldn't be on the list, right? They'll say that they're non-citizens or they're otherwise not eligible to vote. They will weaponize the Department of Justice, just like you heard me say this executive order already does, to say that people who the Department of Justice doesn't believe should be on those lists, well, if states allow them to vote anyway, they could be criminally liable. But it will get worse than that. The Department of Justice and the federal government will use these voter lists to compile 360-degree pictures of its citizens. People like you, people like me, that it wants to target.
Think about this. Just think about this. This is ridiculous. That we're talking about this right now, but this is what just happened, right? This is just a new thing that came out of the Supreme Court. Then 2 days ago, this came, right? Let's listen to this. 2 seconds. Where is it at? Right. We had this speech from this nut. Peep game. Is it playing or what? Here it is.
If you're armed or not, that depends upon what your state laws are. But I will tell you, ICE has to be there and has to be there to back you up, or we're going to have a situation exactly what happened in LA, where they sat there and stole the election from Spencer Pratt, who I believe finished first, but no worse than a close second, and should be on the ballot in November. We need to be at every precinct. If you're armed or not, that depends upon what your state laws are. But I will tell you, ICE has to be there and has to be there to back you up, or we're going to have a situation exactly what happened in LA.
So you see, these are three areas that he's trying to simultaneously, attack. One is mail-in voter. The other is voter ID. And then the other thing is he's just sending people out with guns to stop people that go out to plan on voting, just to stop them in the middle of their day. Like they don't have many things to accomplish that day. Like their day is supposed to be planned by being stopped by ICE. They're supposed to plan that into their fucking day. Like, come on. So it shows you that it's all fraud. Why do you need to do all of these different things and just for one election to happen? Why? It's obvious, because the man thinks he's going to lose. It's obvious. You wouldn't go to this extent if you didn't think you were going to lose. Who does that? Who does that? And why is it that you can't win without changing all the rules? Why can't you just win with the same old rules that everybody else had? What's wrong with those rules? You can't win fairly? You can't play the game like everybody plays the game? You want to be the person that comes on the court and always wants to make the rules up fit so you can win the basketball game? So you can win the one-on-one, the 21 horse or whatever the fuck they call it? So you can win the match? Is that your sportsmanship? Yes, that is MAGA sportsmanship. They have none. They need the rules to always change for them to do anything successfully. They will only lose if they cannot change the rules. The rules must be handcrafted for them specifically to win, for them to win at all. That's what's going on here. You got Mark Elias talking about the Supreme Court and the ballots. now being up in the air. How are you going to do a mail-in ballot?
Voter lists. Who the Department of Justice doesn't believe should be on those lists? Well,
they need a voter list to mail in your vote. That's what they were looking for. They want to have a ruling on that. Okay. Then you got fools in the chat talking about voter ID, voter ID, voter ID. And then you got this lunatic talking about at the same election sending people there with guns. It's like, it's sad.
Where they sat there and stole the
With
election.
all three branches being
Pratt,
conservative, they still haven't been able to prove massive voter fraud.
Yeah, where is it? Where's their report? Where are the numbers? Where's the report on the voter fraud? Did Congress do some sort of report? Did the Senate do some sort of report? What kind of research was done on this? Who did the research? What's their name? You never hear anything about that. It's just that they cheat. They cheat. This them illegals. They cheating. Who said that? In what report?
It doesn't exist, right? It doesn't exist. And for the most part, it doesn't exist on top of the fact that they could push for a comprehensive analysis on it, but they know the numbers already, which is why they haven't done it.
Nirvana, I see you. Yo, Gen C, what's up? What's up? Yeah, this is crazy. Rasulu, what's up? Yeah, this is crazy, bro. I mean, and it's happening all. So you mean to tell me this is how busy they are being afraid of the elections? They're busy across the board, man. It's all players on deck. Every hand on deck. What else can we do? We feel like we're going to lose. So, why don't we, when the votes go to be certified, why don't we get MAGA Mike Johnson to not swear in anybody who won if they're not a Republican? How long can he do that? I mean, so basically, we're not even dealing with people that want democracy anymore. They don't want democracy anymore.
Or at least the common idea of democracy. They want their quote unquote version of democracy, which isn't true democracy, right?
Yeah, democracy where, you don't get to vote in it. Like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? The people who get to vote. You mean, so, I mean, listen, somebody said that there's not going to be a civil war. Let me tell you, if they fuck these elections up and they stop people from voting, there will be. It's going to be. It's over for the U.S. If they do not move forward with these elections as they normally have been, it is going to be a problem. If it turned out that they could sway the vote one way or the other, right? Through I'm not talking about through small little inconsistencies that happens. I'm talking about if they could sway. Sway means there's a lot of movement there, right? If they can do that in this election, it's going to be a problem. My suggestion is just let the states run their elections as they always have, the same way that happened when Trump ran and won twice. Just run it the same way. Trump is a perfect example of how democracy works. You win some and you lose some. And it's supposed to be that way. Okay? Otherwise, why does he think it's democracy only when he wins? Too. So look, nobody can be up for this shit. You can lie to all the people you want. You can get them angry using your lies, Steve Bannon. You can rig the fucking courts if you want Trump. You can rig it all they want. At the end of the motherfucking day, the American people are going to have the last say. And the American people run the United States of America. It's really the American people. We pay the taxes. We know our history. And you can't just cheat the rest of us real Americans by talking about there's some illegals out there somewhere. No, bitch, you're the illegal. You illegal fucking maggots. You are illegal. Leave the country. Leave the country. Are you even fucking American, you maggots? Yo, seriously, this is how the left got to start asking these people. We have to treat them the same way. Are you even American? What do you know about the Constitution? Look, matter of fact, oh my God. I mean, there's so much that we have to deal with. But you got to ask them this. Look at this.
Are you sick of those people?
I am sick of those people.
Why do you think he picked one of them for his vice president?
Vance is comes from a middle class family. He struggled growing up.
People are saying that Donald Trump is like Hitler. Are you sick of those people?
I am sick of those people.
Why do you think he picked one of them for his vice president?
Vance is comes from a middle.
I mean, right. Is she really American? She didn't seem to have a quick answer. It's yes, she didn't know that JD Vance basically said Trump was like Hitler. She didn't realize that. And then the man just asked her, why do you think Trump picked a man that would say those things about her? And she was like, but this is what you're dealing with.
Middle class.
It's like, what the fuck?
We need to,
and look,
we need to be at every precinct. If you're armed or not, that depends upon what your state laws are.
And then you got that fool out there.
Trump is like Hitler. Are you sick of those people?
I am sick of those people.
Why do
you see that? So at some point, the left has to put his foot down. And we have to start talking about it like, sorry, there is no way you can live in a make-believe world. These fucking people do, and they want everyone to live in their make-believe fucking world. And it ain't going to happen. And if you try to go along with it, you are going along with your own destruction. It is very simple. You won't survive it. Trying to live in these phony-ass people's brain, in their sense of reality, it is total destruction. It's destruction. You're not going to survive it. You want this brain being your fucking boss? Like, really? I'm just saying, look at this. Can't figure out any goddamn thing.
People are saying that Donald Trump is like Hitler. Are you sick of those people?
I am sick of those people.
Why do you think he picked one of them for his vice president?
Vance is comes from a middle class family. He struggled growing up.
People are saying,
so I mean, it is what it is. You can't really expect better. You can't go along with it because it's not designed to sustain American citizens. It's designed to basically destroy the United States of America. This type of thinking, and you either get off of that train while you can, or you continue with it. And you continue to destroy your own country and destroy your own families, and then guess what you're going to have in the end? In the end, you're just going to have a situation where no matter what this dude does, he's going to be telling you this in the end, no matter what.
Correct. Should I say this, or should I respond to that?
Just read that.
For all of the reasons provided in my answer, which is incorporated herein, in its entirety, I decline to answer the question.
And you can end up, the United States can end up like fucking North Korea, because you can end up with one of his sons being your president if you just keep allowing this bullshit to go on like this. You can literally end up with Eric Trump being the president of the United States. That's very likely, by the way. That's very likely, because you got a total corrupt Supreme Court. You got a Congress that doesn't seem to want to impeach the most corrupt president that's ever existed in the history of the country. The best friend, 15-year best friend of the most prolific child sex trafficker, espionage, and blackmail ring ever known to the country. The best friend of that is the president, and they won't impeach him, even though he's attacking his neighbors too, even though he's driving Americans to the poorhouse. I mean, there's a serious problem. There's not much room left to give. There's not much left to give before the back breaks. So I just hope Americans, and by the way, anybody that wants to hop up, feel free to hop on up. You don't have to agree with me, but obviously I don't expect everybody to, you know what I'm saying? And if you don't agree, man, so what? Hop your ass up here. And if you don't like what I'm saying, fuck you too. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. At At least I have health care. Okay? At least I have my fucking union job. Okay? At least I have my bills paid. I'm not out here crying and shit about Trump kicking me in the ass every fucking day. Fuck Trump. I have my freedom of speech too. Okay? Here we go. The panel is open, by the way. The chat has been open. You know, I don't even have it in subscriber mode or anything like that. It's open to everybody. A cool ass would click the like button. A cool ass would subscribe. The panel is open. Anybody could hop up. That's how I do it here. I want you to come with your information and have a conversation. If you feel like you have something, you know, great to offer people, come up here. But we could also challenge what you say and look up your facts. Whatever things you think are facts, we could look it up live. And that will be the end of it. At the end of the day, the facts pretty much stand, regardless of who it is. Also myself, you know. But yeah, if you think me not liking Trump makes me a moron, then I feel sorry for you and your family, like straight up, because that is the dumbest shit on earth. If you think I'm a moron because I don't like Trump, oh wow, man, I hate to see where you live. You must live in a hole in the wall with a bunch of cockroaches. Like seriously, because you cannot get that way thinking that a fucking criminal who beats and treats you like a whore, you cannot think that you got something good out of that treatment. Only unless you won for real, you know. So on that note, but listen, Michael, you want to say anything? Sorry for that last little ending. I was just checking out the chat. Somebody called me a moron. That's okay, motherfucker. Fuck you too. Yeah, fuck you too. There you go. Yeah.
No, I think reality. You know what we cover here in V Media is pretty extensive, but to not question your own values and then secondly not defend them by hopping up in a panel and staying in the chat that you're allowed to stay in, right, is hypocritical. And that's just like that's what MAGA does best, right? You know, that's unfortunate because I think
they know their place. Very good at that. They know their place.
Yes. Right. And they tend to stay in their echo chambers on the right, right? Because they don't want pushback. They don't want to get fact checked. They don't like you can fact check anything we say here, right? Sure. These are things that, you know, V, myself, Eric, we've all done the homework on the back end, so we can gain credibility when you guys who listen go back on your own and fact check us. Please do, right? Because you know we don't want to be an echo chamber. We want to be a beacon of truth, right? We want to be a beacon of education,
information,
right?
Yeah, education,
information, critical thinking, right?
Yeah,
and you know, when we do have individuals who disagree with us, obviously, you know, we'll always defend ourselves and criticize them for lacking that critical thought process. But you're more than welcome to defend it, right? And chances are you got your talking points from whatever right-wing media and echo chamber you exist in, you know. It's nothing new, but it's not based in facts. Right, and they're scared to hop up and have their values challenged because that would burst their bubble.
Totally.
Right, that would burst their bubble. Right, that would burst all their beliefs, and then where do you have then? Right, so you rather stay in.
And then you have trolls like Real American. The accounts ain't even 1 month old. Talking about they're a Real American. Oh, really? Don't sound like one. Don't sound like
one.
And
chances are they've gotten banned before, which is why they have to continue to make new accounts.
Put something about your Real American ass on your page, you know? Like, come on. Like, what a phony ass name. I should just write American flag. Here I am. That makes me American flag. Here you go. How about
they seem to go through a weird catharsis in the chat where they kind of put out something mild and then they kind of put out something that's BS and misinformation, and then it gets challenged, and then they start to go kind of crazy, and then the meltdown begins. And after about a few comments, you can see where they are mentally. Exactly. You know, start yelling about guys in dresses.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, exactly. Then talking about voter ID. You know, it's like, but are you even American? Like, come on. My thoughts are be a proud American. Don't hide from people. If you have freedom of speech, if you are an American, act like it. You have freedom of speech. You can't just be punished for your beliefs. You don't have to hide your identity just because you're on YouTube. Be proud of yourself. Be proud of your family. Spread it around like I do. Share it. You know what I'm saying? Share. I put pictures up of my family every once in a while in my life. Every once in a while. But in any case, my account's been around since 2013. Though, by the way, I didn't just make it a month ago. So, and I'm the type of and for me, I don't trust people that if for me, my Americanness, it's not the flag I own, it's who I actually am. Like for real, it's not about
you advocate for, right?
Yeah, it's my country, and but it is I'm American to the bone, you know what I'm saying? I'm American to the bone, and I'm also proud to be an American, but I've lived long enough to know that having an American flag doesn't make you really a proud American. Waving it around every once in a while, nah, you need to live it in your bones every day through your actions and your deeds. That's what you really need to do. You need to do it the hard way. Okay? Not the punk ass way. Like, let me go out and buy a flag today. It's Independence Day, y'all. Here you go. And then go back to being a hypocrite the rest of the year, where you don't fucking stand by American citizens having health care, where you don't fucking stand by American families having child care, where you don't fucking stand by anything else American. Like, if all America is that fucking flag, fuck you. What about your behavior? Yeah.
They'll tell you all about what they're against, but then you ask them, what are you for? And they're just silent.
Nothing.
Like they're not really for anything.
I'm for voter ID. Okay, slave. You do that. But yeah, man. Listen, you guys want to wrap it up? Anything else you want to say? I mean, I'm pretty good for now. It's over 3 hours, so I think we should, we don't have to go 6 hours every day.
3 hours, V.
We did a lot of hours yesterday, bro. You gotta have have to try to narrow it down. Yeah. But it was necessary. It was necessary though. And it's necessary today too. But listen, folks, in case you don't get the gist of what's going on, your voting rights are being challenged. And it's not about illegals. Listen to what, sometimes I wonder, if you are American, are you listening to what is being said in the English language? Like, what is this man saying right here? Listen.
In March, Donald Trump issued an anti-voting executive order. Since then, lower courts have blocked it from taking effect. And now we have this breaking news from the United States Supreme Court, which has sided with the Trump administration and against free and fair elections. Hi, this is Mark Elias, founder of Democracy Docket, and I'm going to break down the breaking news we are digesting literally right now as I am recording this. But before I get into it, the best way to stay informed about this as it goes through the various twists and turns moving forward is to subscribe to Democracy Docket. So please click on the link in front of you or in the description of this episode, or go to democracydocket.com/YouTube. What we got today was an order from the shadow docket in which the 6 conservatives, it doesn't say which one authored it, but they said that the Trump administration's anti-voting executive order that had been blocked by the lower court in a lawsuit brought by various states should not have been blocked. Essentially, they found that the states that had brought this lawsuit did not have standing and the claims were not ripe for adjudication. So let me just break down what's going on here. In March of this year, Donald Trump issued an executive order that did a few things. The first is it said that the Department of Homeland Security was going to create a master list of citizens who it believed were eligible to vote, and that it would share those with the states. Simultaneous with that, it orders the Department of Justice to take action to criminally prosecute people who are either non-citizens who vote or who knowingly allow non-citizens to vote, which would potentially put in harm's way.
This makes no sense because there's already laws against that. So, I don't know if a lot of people realize this, but there have been people prosecuted before for voting illegally. And that's a normal thing that happens. I don't know why that he wants to make an executive order. An executive order disappears as soon as you are not president. When there's a new president that comes, all they have to do is issue another executive order that ends it. That's all. That is not a congressional law. Executive order is not congressional law. It is not constitutional law in that way. Right?
Socialist Democrat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You said today that Russia and China.
Sorry about that. Damn, 2 seconds. Yeah, so, there's people already being processed or prosecuted where that happens. So him doing this, but the main concerning thing is that he is attempting to change how you mail in vote. That's the concerning thing. And how you do this 2 months before an election, like, how can anyone take this serious? I mean, in a good way, take it serious. Because all you can do with this is make voting complicated for people. American citizens are already, we have less parliamentary representation out of any Western country. It's us that have the least amount of democracy. It's literally us. And yet they're finding more ways to make voting complicated for people that vote on work days.
Yeah, they're already attacking the mail-in voting, and they're even trying to rig something at the post office already to restrict the amount of boxes or how you could deliver the mail-in ballots.
Right, that's what he's discussing, and they're supposed to figure all of this shit out 2 months before the election, a month before the election. How many days before the election is this going to finish being litigated? Now they removed the stay.
It's probably going to delay the election.
Well, I hope not, but they removed the stay that the lower court put on it. The Supreme Court upheld, the Supreme Court removed the stay of the lower court. And so that means Trump can continue to make plans, but it's still being litigated. So from what I heard about this is this: the Trump administration has to come with exact actions that it wants to play out, that it wants to execute. And then that is when anybody else can challenge it. And so the longer he waits, the more chaotic that becomes. Like, it seems like it's not in the interest of democracy. It's in the interest of somebody's ego. Like, he's scared to lose an election. It doesn't look good on your reputation to not be favored anymore by the people. Yeah, it means most Americans probably don't like you anymore. That hurts the ego, right? Or it could be he's worried about going to jail. Either one is reasonable, right? But at the end of the day, it is what it is. You don't have the right to stop that. If the American people don't like you, motherfucker, leave. Like, that's how it works, literally. And this guy's trying to figure out ways to stop it. People from saying we don't like you. It usually happens with a vote. And he's like, well, maybe I should slow down how people vote. Like, is everyone just going to go along with this fucking game? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. You can have the election and count the votes after too. Did you know that? Like, you can check all the votes later to see if there's voting fraud like they always do. I mean, what the hell is going on here? And to me, it just seems like they're asking American citizens to give up democracy. And they're trying to get us to volunteer giving it up. It's just a technical way to do it. Make excuses.
We're going to have to build a wall around the post office.
Yeah, lock those motherfuckers in. Like, don't even have them picking up the votes anymore. But look, it is the states that run elections. It's them who tell everyone else how to do it. It's not the other way around. Where do you think these votes have to go? You think these votes have to cross the state line? What makes it federal? What allows the federal government to take notice? If the ballots aren't even crossing state line, what's the point? They're being counted in the same state. I don't get it. I don't get it.
And that's what a lot of people don't understand, how voting works, right? And they don't understand that every state has the right to govern how those votes are done and how the voting system is done, right? He's trying to nationalize it because he's trying to control it, right? But to have those rules is to overstep the Constitution and the states' rights.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It was the reason why we had a civil war. States' rights. Right? So they use it selectively when it's in their favor, but when it's not in their favor, they want to say, "Hey, mail-in ballots aren't acceptable." So and I think there's so much nuance to the perspective that they don't know, but because it sounds good to them, they're willing to make themselves look stupid. And I think that's the frustration with MAGA in general.
Look at this.
And I think
Look
go
at this,
ahead.
bro. Yeah, but look, it says no physical paper ballots cast in congressional. Let me see, in congressional elections. No, they do not leave the state. They don't leave the state. So what is the federal government's interest? Everything else is run by
but
the
it
state.
could backfire. A lot of elderly Republicans vote by mail, so this might affect that vote.
Man, this is going to affect. This is who this is going to help? Young people. This is going to help the young vote.
The people who can vote in person.
Yeah, the people who
From
can
your
vote.
lips to God's ears, Master V.
Yeah, I mean, really, man. It's like, but the point is, why should? And see, that's what's terrible. It's like you try to help people, and they want to defy it anyway and act like it's helping them somehow. You can't. This is not how you gain favor and become a politician. This is not the right way. To actually hinder people from voting is not, in principle, it's a bad idea if you want to govern. If you want to be an elected official, you'll have better luck doing it the opposite way, making sure that all citizens can vote.
There you go.
And in this dude, his brain, he's got limit the vote, and he thinks he wins. He thinks he wins that way.
V, which one do you think is more effective, right? Running candidates in a campaign that appeals and galvanizes the people to get out and vote, or trying to control the limited pool of voters you already have? Which one do you think is more effective?
Galvanizing people to go out and vote. Of course.
All right.
Because
Right.
who
And
wants
that's
to?
where the Democrats just need to overwhelm it somehow. And I think Kamala, could have done that if she had taken a drastically different approach in some areas.
Yeah. Well, it says here that they stay in the state, meaning the physical management, counting, and storage of ballots occur entirely within the states where the elections take place. It's that simple. So why the federal government has a role in this or wants to come, I can understand if you had to take the ballots and now bring them to the Capitol building to account in the presidential election. Maybe I can understand it, because there you have an argument that the ballots have to cross state lines. But here, there's not even that argument. This has nothing to do with the federal government.
Nothing at all.
It doesn't. This is where
Everything
the
to do with
states
the
have
state.
power in the government.
Mhm.
This is their role. They elect the officials that have more power than the president has when they're grouped together. When they vote together, these states have more power than one dumbass man. And that's how it's supposed to be. And yet he's trying to infringe on people's rights, yo. I'm just saying, Americans, I don't understand, like, it shouldn't matter whether you're a Republican or Democrat. You should understand that this is not democracy. And if you don't stand up for democracy, that is more of a threat than anything else that you've seen. It is more of a threat. So don't be fooled out of your rights, man, just because it's somebody saying the words that you want to hear. Like, don't be so stupid, Yeah, in any case, we got to be out, bro. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Everybody for checking in, also in the chat.
Yeah, great show, B.
Mike, yeah, appreciate you, Eric. Michael and Eric, thanks for coming up with the commentary for sure. Hold on, wait a second. Somebody just wants to have some attention, be a stupid ass. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Somebody's just, I notice how this is, because when people don't win their debates, then they tend to get indignant and say racist things. You know what I mean? Just because they can't win a normal conversation, they don't feel like it, so they have to resort to just outright bigotry. But in any case, enough of that. I appreciate everybody for coming out today, and we will be back at top of the morning. There were a few other items I wanted to go over, but that's okay. They'll be here tomorrow. It's some
mods, right?
Huh?
The mods, right?
Yeah. Oh, the mods, please, mods. Everybody that's modding, please do me a favor and join the Discord link. Join Discord. Add me as a friend on Discord. And all you have to do is use the same name, VMedia, VMEEDIA. As a matter of fact, let me put that in the chat too, if it's possible. Let me see. Can I do that? Let me go to here.
Yeah, we've just put together some structured rules in there. We just want to make sure that everyone's familiar with the guidelines.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So everyone can be on point and know exactly how we approach people. But do me a favor. If you don't, here, I'm going to click this link. You should be able to find me here. I hope it's here. And if not, then just search VMedia. I'm really bad at this, actually, at Discord, but you should be able to find it through this also, through this link. So just hop on up and or can I do it that way? Yo, can you see my friend?
He's also Victor Bennett on Facebook.
Okay, but I want the mods to add me here. Let me see. Can I do that here? Here, let me just write it. Let me just write it in the chat. Here it is. This is the server, right? Can I? I'm trying to figure out.
Or you can just send the link, and then from there they can navigate to the chat.
To the chat, right?
Just cut and paste that link.
Cut and paste that link. Maybe one of you can do it. I don't know how to do it, man. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yeah. Do me that favor. But in any case, folks, I appreciate everybody for coming out. It was interesting watching some of the other content creators and their assessments. Sabby Sab, that was interesting. Her perspective on Hakeem, I think it was on point though, and particularly that one part about you would meet with Jared Kushner, but you can't even meet with people on the left side of your party. Yeah, that's something not right about that. That is true. And whatever you think it is, I don't know. You don't have to rush to a judgment, but it is something inherently wrong that's not right. So to me, it tells me something is not functioning right. That needs to be fixed before anything else can work for American people. And it just seems a little strange. And if you know what I mean, that would be like somebody in Trump's party meeting with, well, actually, I don't think it makes sense right now, but we will see how that plays out. But I don't think you can do much to help Jared Kushner because at the end of the day, he wants Gaza to be a luxury resort. So he's basically saying genocide is okay. He's basically saying it without saying it. He's basically saying, yeah, get these Palestinians out of here. I want to build a resort. I mean, how do you run away from the term genocide when you want things like that, when you advocate for it? So, I think he should have talked to Palestinians about Palestine and not try to negotiate these things some other way around them. It's always going to be a bad look. Right. But all right, folks, I'll catch up with everybody in a few 18 hours from now. That's 0200 Eastern Standard Time and 0800 Central European Time. All right, y'all. I will be back. Catch you all.
Into the chat for mods. I added it to the chat, to the YouTube chat.
Okay, so. Perfect. All right, everybody. We catch you guys tomorrow. See you later. Oh yeah, release the Epstein files.
Good night, everyone. Thanks, Master B.
Yeah.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Eric.
Peace,
thanks, Michael. Yeah, peace, Eric. Peace, Michael. Yo, release the Epstein files, y'all. Peace. See y'all later.
Babies,
let's go.
Food, starvation, the recipe, people subdued.
when the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go. It's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and up and we on the break. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like the lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers, cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TV's whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't tear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ad, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war.
You're all I need. All I need.
Get off the train at Pennsylvania Avenue. Saw this beautiful honey and guess what I do? I asked where she was going and she said to work at this expensive law firm where she is the clerk. She just moved to the city when she finished up her bachelor's. She's going to Georgetown to get her master's. I was impressed. What about you? My life's a mess. My dog just ran away and lately I've been depressed. Came downtown to go to the National Museum. I think about 2:30 you can see a film. If you wait a second I could walk you there. It's close. I said I like that a lot and
right now, you're the most. She started to tell me of how she dreamed of moving to the city. And the day is beautiful, when the night is pretty. That's two things then. Then I hit her with a grin. Right then, I knew that something special would begin. The way she moved, it's only one thing up in my mind. But I maintained the vibe like a brother on the grind. She gave me the digits and said, call me sometime. And you know I'm going through it cause she's looking so fine. Downtown honeys look so damn nice. They looking so nice, you have to see them twice. Uptown honeys got a whole nother thieves. They like to dress rough, but they know how to please. But capital city honeys, man, they know they the best. They keep it real smooth and they know how to dress. Them DMV honeys got a whole nother style. You might get the digits, but then they act wild.
When I wake up in the morning, all I see, no matter if I'm hanging out uptown or in DC, you're all I need. You're all I need.
Down on 10th Street, that's when I caught her eyes. And what a surprise, she was reading the Wall Street Journal, sipping up on a latte. I winked at her and said, what a nice day. She laughed and said, why don't you join me for a minute? I said, what's your name? Mine is Bennett. She said, mine's is Sherry. I think I'll have a Sherry. She said, we can both have one. There goes a Blackberry. Seeing she was busy, I said, how about a rain check? I'll give you my number and later you can check. She said, bet. Around 7 I got a call from this honey. It's Sherry, I think we need to meet. I think it's necessary. I went out to her, she lived in Rocky Park. I'm thinking this is the place where they do it in the dark. I stepped up to the gate, rang on the front door. She came out, I'm thinking, damn, Sherry looking raw. She gave her brother a smile, we welcomed me in. She took me to the room right next to the den. And then the making fresh love can begin. That's when the making fresh love can begin.
When I wake up in the morning, all I see, no matter if I'm hanging out uptown or in DC, you're all I need. You're all I need. You're all I need. All I need.
Downtown honeys look so damn nice. They looking so nice, you have to see them twice. Uptown honeys got a whole nother thieves. They like to dress rough, but they know how to please. But capital city honeys, man, they know they the best. They keep it real smooth and they know how to dress. Them DMV honeys got a whole nother style. You might get the digits, but then they act wild.
When I wake up in the morning, all I see, no matter if I'm hanging out uptown or in DC, you're all I need. You're all I need. You're all I need.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children cry? Oh no, no, no.
Yeah, digging, scratching, working, struggling, hoping. some is hustling. Every man hustling, stay alive, that's the game. It don't matter if another gets slain. Pain, recession, other cats want a war, we got the weapon. People want bombs, so they gon' get them. This is the rhythm, the politics ticking. It's sad how we living in this life. It's gonna be a time that we change. Shit is not finite, life is the same. Motherfuckers killing each other to make a claim. Stop that bullshit, you have no respect for each other. You know the truth, you come from your mother, your sister, your brother. So love one another. If we make that change, the whole world will do the same. So listen.
Only this one love. We let the children dying. What about the children crying? No, no, no.
What about the kids?
Don't forget the children.
Tell them about the children.
What about the children crying? Oh, no, no, no.
Yeah, I wish someone would tell me when is the suffering gonna stop. I see time ticking, fuck your watch. There comes a time when man steps to the plate, but it won't matter if your mentality is fake. Where I'm from, we got a system, overcrowded prisons, 2 cents an hour, man. Listen, shit don't change if we keep exploiting each other. One day you find out you only did it to your brother. A homeless mother, a baby, no supper. She got a husband and father that both love her, but they can't find work cause the people with the power, they got a strange way to govern. Their price tag say nothing. Life is funny, then again it's really not. People dying for what other people got. I asked God if he can come and change the shit. He said, hell no, it's you that's gotta change this.
Every day the children dying. What about the children crying?
But did you wear a mustache or anything?
No, I went to different places. I went to a different place. A different time. I voted one time, like maybe a couple weeks later, try and vote at another place, someplace else.
I don't know. I'm having like a big crisis because I honestly thought it was like libs that were doing it.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen any voter fraud?
Yeah, me, I did it.
You committed voter fraud? What'd you do?
Voted twice for Trump.
Really?
4 years ago, yes.
Did you get in trouble for that?
Yeah, I'm still on probation for it.
Really?
Yeah. Now, if I voted for Hillary, I would have got a gold medal.
But you voted for Trump twice.
Yes, I did, yes.
Yeah.
So.
I learned the hard way not to do it.
But did you wear a mustache or anything?
No, I went to two different places. I went to a different place. A different time. I voted one time, like maybe a couple weeks later, try and vote at another place, someplace else.
I don't know. I'm having like a big crisis because I honestly thought it was like libs that were doing it.
Yeah. Have you ever seen any voter fraud?
Yeah, me, I did it.
You committed voter fraud? What'd you do?
Voted twice for Trump.
Really?
4 years ago, yes.
Did you get in trouble for that?
Yeah, I'm still on probation for it.
Really?
Yeah. Now, if I voted for Hillary, I would have got a gold medal.
But you voted for Trump twice.
Yes, I did, yes.
Yeah.
So.
I learned the hard way not to do it.
But did you wear a mustache or anything?
No,